need to perform. Hands on our bodies gonna keep us skills warm. We need social reform cause we're just so criminal. Linguist subliminal, damage is minimal. 4% our largest fraction. Massive attraction, going all action. Stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction. Drop that, you already got your reaction. Me, I'm gonna keep on smiling. You're gonna need restyling. I got a quote back from the jeweler. You're getting 20% cooler. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Reduce that triple designator and I don't think they're on my level like a rebel in a bunker getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grinding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink and in 10 seconds flat you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swag and sparkle up in the party, it's hot that. Like a phone in a Cold War room on the third floor, knocking on my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, work that dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant. Getting cooler like 20%. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. And have I got a treat for you? Have I got a treat for you? Because Thumin decided very kindly to hand me something this evening. It was the call that they had, the full call, with Nezzie and Doodle tones. And I thought in light of recent events, it would be interesting to maybe have a listen, maybe have a little little look-see. Now, listen, there's no background visuals to this. I've just sort of put in the little Nezzie I'm a victim avatar. But if you'd like some dinosaurs, there is a goal for it. Thank you, Star Sprinter, for the 5 gifted memberships. 07 in the chat. Much appreciated, much appreciated. We love to see those fucking memberships coming in. Memberships are awesome. I wasn't planning to go live. So I'm still very much in a resty mood. I like just want to chill. But we will see how this goes. Bryn, I'm really sorry about what you're going to hear on this call. It was before I actually talked to you and heard your side. I will sweep. I will sweep for Thumin in this. Not that it's very difficult, because I think Thumin's pretty fair through the entire thing. And one thing I will say is it's really easy with calls when you're kind of at the point we are now, when we kind of know everything. It's a lot more difficult at the point where Thumin was, where she didn't really know the involvement. But I actually overall think this call is pretty fucking interesting. I think she did a great job with it, honestly. I will probably have people on, specifically Akuma, if he would like to come on in a bit when we get going. Because I'm interested to hear his takes. There are bits of this that definitely will need, like, filling in. I also have screenshots and a bit of the timelining from the server itself. So I think most of the stuff that's just bollocks we can highlight. But yeah, I'll if Akuma would like to come on, I'll bring Akuma on once we get started. When this call happen? Fuck, when did this call happen? This was the 10th. No, it wasn't. And we're talking about. This was like mid last year. Mid last year, I'd say. Seeing a lot more Beckett than I thought since the Monster Hunter Worlds came out. Thank you for the 5, Metal Man. Listen, I'm monster rank 100. I've completed every single quest. I've hunted every single monster. And I've got like 3 to 4 different builds at this point, okay? I am at the point of waiting for the weekly events. I'm still having a lot of fun with it, but I have definitely... Listen, I'm well over 100 and I think 10 hours in. I'm meant to be working on a Leadhead video, okay? I am procrastinating. Becca, what do you do to get all these calls? Chud would be jealous. I talk to people. Chud doesn't. Hey, you guys, how are you doing? And good evening, Beefamat, Olivia, Euroaska, Buddha Cat, obviously Thumin, Waifu, Rin, Lanny, who else we got? Hornet, Trusky, Car, and any of the others of you that I haven't said hi to. Also JFA, obviously, and Olivia. There we go. There we go. I've done my little hello rounds. Okay. So, should we just get into it? Just make a start. Where's the Leadhead video? I'll tell you what I'm doing. Basically, at the moment, I'm going through Leadhead's videos and just pulling all the information out, which is taking longer than I like. Ragemonger with a 5. Good little chill stream to kill monsters with ACC lore. I'm glad to be of service. Okay. Okay, we'll make a start.
That's how I got gaslit for 4 years.
Always a good fucking start. Nezzie being like, yeah, no, this is how I got gaslit for so long. It's, you know, really, I'm the victim of all this, which is going to become a theme, as if it hadn't already, to this shit show.
Because of my memory problems. Yippee!
I'm so sorry about that. Do you have like a condition that affects your memory?
I have bipolar disorder with OCD symptoms, and because I have depression, it already fucks with my memory.
Okay, listen. I've suffered with depression. I've never heard anyone argue that depression causes memory issues. Ever. This is like Jar with dyslexia. It's like, I don't know what excuses you're making or to who or why, but these things don't line up. These things don't make sense. I don't know why you're making these arguments. I like the way Nezzie explains it as though they're ordering from a menu. I'll have the BPD with a side of OCD, please. Maybe a sprinkle of pathological lying, suicidality, and if you could if you could hold the schizophrenia, that would be great. Yeah, I've got an allergy. It's really weird. Fuck me.
And I kind of grew up in an environment where when I said something, it was kind of dismissed as like a you're overreacting kind of thing.
Mm.
So sometimes I don't really know how to, I guess, respond properly.
I grew up in an environment. Listen, oh fuck, okay, there is parts of this that are just golden, but I don't know what fucking environment Nezzie's claiming to be. Like, fuck, there must be like a crib sheet somewhere where they're like, these are the list of excuses. Does the ACC have one of these? Like, you've got the like commentary community Bible. Is there an ACC like book of excuses? Hey, so if you're accused of being a pedophile, call yourself autistic. If you're accused of covering up for a pedophile, say that you're like depressed. If you're accused of racism, you need to say that you're bipolar and have OCD. It works every time. It's like a cheat code. But don't fuck it up. Don't say the wrong condition for the wrong thing. If you're like accused of tracing art, you can't be like, "Oh, I'm sorry guys, I've got dyslexia." No one will believe you. That was Jar's real problem. He didn't line up his excuses properly. Guy rides with the 2. Good evening, buddy. The ACC might not, but the SEC sure does, I bet. Oh, fuck. Okay, one thing we're going to start doing is we're going to start going through some of the Cloud Palace calls, because I've been talking to people about these calls. At the moment, the only dramas that are going on are like Ethan, Klein, Hassan, and Destiny, and I don't care. I will say, listen, I'm enjoying watching Nick's coverage of Ethan Klein. That's about it. But other than that, I don't really fucking care. So we're probably going to start wandering into the ether and doing some SCC stuff. Just because I'm interested. I'm interested in some of these calls that I'm hearing about. I don't know if I explored them fully. In fact, I know I didn't. So, let's just say the amount of drama that can come from telling somebody to kill themselves is apparently quite substantial. Anyway, let's continue.
Like, I want to make it very clear that that's not an excuse for anything that happened in that fucking server. I'm neurodivergent, so it's a little bit difficult.
I think that provides like a good.
Everyone involved in this fucking community is neurodivergent. It's a prerequisite. You have to be fucking neurodivergent to engage in any of this content. Again, not an excuse.
At least explanation for maybe on your personal situation. So I think it's good like information to know. But do you want to like we could start off by you just telling me how you even ended up in the FCK server?
Okay. Also, for a little bit of context, like I said, none of my mental issues are an excuse for what happened in that fucking server. But this happened in the beginning of the year, and I had not been in therapy or medicated or diagnosed at that point. I got diagnosed at the end of 2020 when the Omnia shit was happening.
Wait, which one of all of them? Because there's so many situations.
Yes, Omnia had many dramas. None of this is an excuse, but I was diagnosed. At some point with being a complete schizo. And that's the point where I started to get help. And I think we can all agree from seeing Nezzie's current actions that none of the therapy or medication is working. I don't know what they've been put on. It's not enough. It's not effective. Gansaway with the 5, that's not an excuse, is double speak for it's an excuse but with extra steps. Yeah, this is like when I went through stuff a few months ago, I kept saying I don't want to explain stuff or I don't want to over explain things because then it starts sounding like excuses. It's like the truth is that most people don't really want your reasoning, and if they do, they're probably close friends or they're like good with you. But like the main thing to say is like I guess you just start with it like you start with the beginning point of it doesn't matter, I did the thing, and then you just go from there. Basically, it's really not very fucking difficult. Layer Bug with the 5. Your Honor, he is neurodivergent and was once a minor. Bullshit. I love the excuse of I was a minor. Yes, we all were. We were all children at some point. Please continue. I don't like this thing of being like, oh, Nezzie was 19. They were teenagers. I'm like, okay, sure. Remind me again how many people in the ACC have been gone after who are under the age of 20. Is it a lot? Because I feel like it's a lot. Again, I don't mean to like drag up the Rosa call, but Rosa is literally mentally not there. They are non-functioning. Didn't matter. Kumo has schizophrenia. Didn't fucking matter. Many people in this community are autistic. Doesn't matter. Many of the people have like difficult home lives or bullied at school. doesn't matter. And this is why I want to sort of just sweep all this shit away. Because I think I really want to get to like the baseline, the core of the issue around people like Nezzie and Doodles. They would never accept the excuses that they are giving. And like, this really is a story of double standards, as I said, all the way through the FCK Maxim. It's a case where people have been attacked over and over for stuff that they themselves were covering up. Now, there were multiple, like, get-off points where they could have just come out and said, yeah, you know what, looking back on it, the FCK, really bad. We didn't hold people to account. We should have done. And, we should have that conversation now. They never did that because it was too difficult for them. It was too hard to hold themselves to any of their own standards. Now, listen, I don't really fucking care if somebody's getting bullied on the internet. I don't give a fuck, guys. You know me. I don't give a shit. But I do care that these people were quite happy to inflict what I can describe as significant damage to the people around them. And now when it's their turn, they're being harassed. They're being attacked. It's not fair. It wasn't fair when you guys did it. Why should anybody have any sympathy for you now? And that really is like the baseline. Neither Nezzie or Doodles, well, to my knowledge with Doodles, have groomed anybody. But also, they have gone after people for far fucking less. And they have, we'll get on to, in this call, some of the conversations around the actions Nezzie took. Because they are far from like an innocent party that didn't do just nothing. Anna with the 5 for the dinos. Okay, I will get the dinos up. Well done, that was quickly filled. Kai Rise with the 2. Watch The Cloak and Dagger, the Senequel 2, just to see how Nezzie acts while in the right lol. Lio has it on their channel, I think. If you want to send me a link to that, that would be great. We'll have a look, see. Okay, now let's get some dinos up. Let's get some dinos up and I'll reset the goal. We'll do I like the fact that Nezzie's... Listen, we'll keep the Nezzie picture. What the dinos are on. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, let's go.
The first one between Toby and Omnia. It was in September.
Oh, fuck, what is wrong with me? Also, have a sticker. Yeah, good job. Well done. I love that animation. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. As I had a very bad reaction to Zoloft because I thought it was just normal depression. And then I had a bad reaction to that. And it's like, oh, you've got bipolar. And I'm like, awesome, cool. Fuck.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's been a trip. It's been a trip.
So hold on. So you guys, when did like the FCK? I thought the FCK.
Ace is covering Nezzie too. Yeah, I imagine that Ace is like a day behind me. He's been DMing. I chat to Ace every now and again. So he was like, "Are you planning to go live with anything else, Beckett?" And I was like, "No, not really, man. I've got nothing immediately that comes to mind." Didn't know I was gonna get the call.
They like started when the Madame situation was happening.
It did. So the context of the FCK, from what I can remember, was the person who owned it, which is why I thought they were older, is because I
Lay a bug with the 2 for chat to freedom. So based and true.
think they were a mod for Madame, and they did something and they got kicked off, so they made their own server to say fuck you to Madame. It was either that or they caused like a raid and got banned. And then they made that server. But that server was basically just a big fuck you to Madame, is what it was.
And so when you were asked to join the server, were you asked as a... because I know it, while the FCK server started off as like a Madame, like video thing or Madame takedown server, it evolved into like a networking thing where lots of creators were invited into it, and it was like advertised as like you could, you know, network and talk about video editing and things like that, like as content creators. So when you were specifically invited, was it still a madame thing, or were you invited in the pretense of it being like, oh, you can like network with other creators?
So I kind of have to start from the beginning to remember it properly. But the best way that I describe the FC.
Ah, that's interesting. You have to start from the beginning to remember it properly. Now, there are elements of this when Nezzie seems crystal clear. In fact, there aren't that many points in this call where I'm like, Nezzie's really struggling. Now, I wonder whether this is because I think both of them are pretty comfortable. We'll get to that. With talking to Thumin, because Thumin's on their side. You've got to remember this. Thumin's one of the ACC girlies. Thumin would never betray them, never go against them. The fucking confidence of these two. You can really understand why Doodle Tones put out like the fucking FCK, like the borderline unwatchable FCK response video a few months ago. Holy shit. Let it go with two. Okay, I go back to essay writing. Bye bye. Have fun. Thank you. The two.
K was like it was Toasty's weird Pokemon PC, where it felt like she was just kind of collecting creators, but that's my mentality on it. There's no like concrete, this is what she was doing. I don't mean to poison the well, I'm sorry. But what happened is on Twitter, there was like a weird trend of like, this is my Twitter family or something. And Toasty thought I was Xena. And then she came to me and was like, oh, you're not Xena. Do you want a DM? And so we DM'd for a while. And then she was like, do you want to join this server? And I said, sure. And at that point in time, the Madame stuff was like done for the most part, from what I remember.
Okay. Do you remember anything else when?
Is that Avi in the background? Is that Avi in the background just sat there listening? Or is it like, there's no way Avi lives with Nezzie, right? Who's that background noise? I was like, I'd laugh if it was her dad. If Nezzie was just sat there with their dad, like, just chatting in the background. Oh, are you talking about the grooming server, dear? Oh, yes, don't worry. I'm sure it'll be fine.
About when you joined the server, like, what was it? Who are the people you met? Anything like that?
I remember meeting Mimi, I remember reading Xena, and I remember Toasty. I don't remember much else. I think at one point I met another server member. I know I met Teddy, but I don't remember much else. I think the person that we had talked to was an admin, but I'm not sure. And I can't think of much else. There may have been other people in the call, but they're not prominent enough for me to really remember anything that they would have said.
Okay. So were you aware of the ages of the people that were invited there? Or was that
No.
like knowledge?
I thought the youngest was Teddy.
Okay.
Which is an interesting thing to say, because I'm pretty sure they were also aware of Slimmers' age. Now, whether they were aware of the, like, age of the, like, 12, 13-year-old, that's debatable. I've got no evidence for that. But, didn't Nezzie make a video calling out the Madame drama, where they listed specifically that Slimmers was, like, a minor? Wasn't that the whole fucking drama? See, here's what I find slightly unfucking believable about this call, and also about people like Doodle's position. The things that happen involving this and around it, everyone was super involved in. Everyone was involved in the Toby drama. Everyone was digging through this server. The idea that they completely missed the fact that people like Slimmers and Teddy were minors and all the porn posting is kind of just unfucking believable. Like, again, I don't know whether to credit them with just being incredibly fucking stupid. And like, again, I throw that accusation out there. I'm fine doing that. You know, these people are morons. But I don't know. You spend all your time hunting pedophiles and getting angry because someone's like Toby's drama was about drawing some like abusive art of like a minor character, and you miss all the porn posting in the FCK. Really? Am I expected to believe this? I know it's one of those things where it's like, well, I can't prove otherwise, but it's also one of those things where I was like, come on. I have to suspend my disbelief less for fiction produced by the Daily Wire.
Were you aware of Thumin'S when they got invited? Their age?
I was aware of Slimmers because of the NSFW server that they gave Slimmers, and they were about Teddy's age at that point, I think.
Okay. They were.
That's a very roundabout way to go. Well, I was aware of Slimmers. Well, you weren't aware of Slimmers because of the NSFW page. You were aware of it, Slimmers, because of the Madame drama. So, around Teddy's age. Notice how they're not saying what Teddy's age is? Isn't that interesting?
50 years old, I think.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I might, I think by that point, you and Ponder had released the Madame videos, yeah?
Yeah, should have been.
So you probably knew the age.
No, yeah, she was...
Probably new. Doodle Tones. Doodle Tones has to come and correct them. Now, Nezzie. Now, we've got to be honest. You actually knew quite a lot more, didn't you? It's interesting. It's interesting to hear Doodle Tones correct on this, because, Doodles, doesn't some of that, like, foreknowledge also probably apply to you? And you in this server as well?
She's about Teddy's age.
Yeah, younger. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember, well, I don't think I was ever told the ages of literally anybody else. The closest thing I heard to a 12-year-old was Toasty was talking about how a 12-year-old had confessed to liking her, and that was it. I don't know if that was the same 12-year-old, but to my recollection, I don't remember knowing any.
Oh, by the way, so just to be clear, Metal Man with the 5, I will be sad if Doodles comes back and doesn't have the crappy voice changer. They'll have it. Okay, so for those wondering, this art chat that Slimmers had, let me just show what this is, because I feel like it could be very easy to say, well, did Doodles know about Slimmer's art chat? Was Doodles ever scrolling through the art chat? Because, you know, that's an interesting little question, isn't it? Well then, let me provide you the evidence that Doodle Tones themselves were aware of the art chat. You know, where all the fucking porn was. Okay, so firstly, let's firstly do this. Okay, well, I'll need to hide Nezzie for a second, but that's fine. That's fine. This is Understaff, which is the Slimmers Art Shack archived. Okay, this is what we are talking about. This was the place where Slimmers was asked to post things and put pornography. Here is Doodle Tones in Slimmers Art Shack archived, posting promotional stuff. This was on the 4th of the 19th of the 4th, 2020. Here they are again on the 2nd of the 6th, 2020. Posting in the Slimmers Art Shack archived. Doodle Tones was not just aware of this server, Doodle Tones was actively posting in the chat with all the pornography. It used to be called Slimmer's Not Safe for Work channel, yes, with the minor. Now, did Susie know the age of this person? That's not something I can prove. However, what I can say with some certainty is when this story starts to come to more to light, Doodle Tones was aware of these fucking chats. They had posted in them. Now, again, it's years ago. They may have forgotten. In fact, they probably did forget that they posted in them because they didn't cover their tracks very well. But are you really telling me that Doodle Tones forgot that there was a porn chat for a 15-year-old who there had been major controversy and multiple conversations about? Really? Does anyone else buy this? As it sounds to me. It sounds to me like Doodle Tones fucking lied. So a few people have asked for evidence that Doodle Tones was aware of these chats. Here you go. Here's the evidence. They were fucking in them. They were promoting themselves in them. Hey guys, don't mind me. I'm just gonna interrupt this minor posting pornography for a second. Just to promote my fucking shitty shorts or tweets. Like, let me just promote my tweets here. Amongst the porn. In amongst the minors porn. Come on. You gotta make this shit up! Apparently it wasn't just this one. Every single channel had ungodly amounts of porn. Yeah, there was porn everywhere, but this channel specifically was like run by this was Slimmer's Not Safe for Work channel, and it's very specifically targeted in that way. It's very hard to dodge around that. Gemini Forest with the 5. Back when I was in the SCC, I was invited to the server. I declined, and to be honest, I feel like I dodged a missile. And feel bad for the then minors. Yeah, listen, I mean, look, I'm not a victim advocacy channel. I never will be, but yeah, it's pretty fucked. Car with the 5. Money for Max, and totally not a bribe to let me in the Discord to lurk. Jesus Christ. You know you can just join the Discord, right? Right, wait, she also knew about the video Nezzie and Ponder did because Nezzie sent it to her. Yes. Oh, fuck, I'd completely forgotten about that. Yes, Doodle Tones knew about the video that Nezzie and Ponder did because they'd had a pre-release of it. Akumu talked to us about that last time he was on. So Nezzie had all this foreknowledge of all of this shit. Doodle Tones lied. Doodle Tones fucking lied, okay? Are we all happy with that? Are we all caught up? Does anyone disagree with me? Because I feel like I'm just right, okay? I'm just right. Is that lined up properly? Yeah, it is. Oh, no, not quite. Be really OCD about it. I think over 2 more. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That really wasn't needed. Anyway. I did, but I'm in purgatory. Fucking God. Okay. That's one of the mods, Car. I disagree just to cause problems. Fair enough. Fair enough. Shall we continue? I feel like I've stated my case of the fact that Doodle Tones is a lying whore pretty effectively. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay.
Everybody else's age.
I think that was a different one. I don't think that person was invited to the server. The 2 younger people, the 12-year-old and the 13-year-old, were invited because they used to be in the server, like the Madame server, together, and they were a part of like raiding the server back when Toasty did it. So they knew each other from then. I doubt that people in the FCK knew how young they were because.
KHD cast with the 5. Can I get a screw that freaky diapers lover for 100, Beckett? You can. Bang on. Let's fucking go.
I know at least the Snail person that turned out to be 13 barely ever talked in the server. And when they did, it was very short. Now, what I don't know is the Zach. Like, did you know someone called Zach? Because I know there was...
Beefamats with a 5. I'll try to dig for it, but Doodle's posted all the time she posted in the FCK. That screenshot def wasn't there from what I remember. I'm aware of that, Beefamats. If you could find it and send it to me, because it's been a while since I've seen that list, let me know. But yes, for those of you who've forgotten, when this information started to come out, now I have spoken to Lio about this, I should point out, in the interest of fairness, the reason Doodletone stepped away from this is because Hidden Heroine, of all people, felt that their involvement in the investigation into the FCK would be a conflict of interest. Imagine being fucking blown out the water by the one time Hidden Heroine is actually fucking correct about something. What a fucking insane timeline. But yes, Doodletones began the investigation into the FCK when Akumu brought it to Lio in October of 2023 and found no wrongdoing on their part. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Doodletones quite literally investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing. I couldn't write satire like this. Are you fucking kidding me?
Like there is a voice like VC channel named after Zach, and he's the 12-year-old. So that's why I wonder, like, was that somebody that you personally
did you work for BP?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I asked around Mimi and Gar and Slimmers, and none of them I think Slimmers is the only one who remembers Zach, but they didn't remember Zach's age or how young they were. So it seemed like the only person who knew.
Yeah, to be clear as well, Slimmers wasn't the only one with their own chat. What Thumin'S talking about here is the Zach chat, which was a private channel where, like, I say private, but like a dedicated channel where the, like, what were they, 12 or 13-year-old could post? These freaks. I don't care if they're like 18, 19. You're talking about like a 12 or 13-year-old. Are you guys for fucking real? None of you thought that this was what fucking like newsworthy? You didn't think this should be mentioned anywhere? Come on.
Knew about this was Toasty, and they still allowed them to stay in the server. But I guess the reason why I wanted to talk to you, Nezzie, was to kind of ask from your perspective, what kind of person did you personally think Toasty Vanilla was? Like, did you see the red flags? When did it occur to you that maybe Toasty is not a good person, or maybe he's like hypersexual and shouldn't be around children?
I ignored a lot of red flags when I really shouldn't have, because we talked a lot in DMs, and then they invited me to the server. And
oh, it was a dedicated VC channel. God, that's so much worse. Can you imagine being sat there and being like, don't worry, the 12-year-old needs her own VC channel. Can actually kill yourselves.
first fucking thing that happens in the server is Toasty telling Mimi to piss in call, and then asking me what.
I forgot about this. Let's go back.
Kind of ask from your perspective, what kind of person did you personally think Toasty Vanilla was? Like, did you see the red flags when?
What sort of person was Toasted? Also, Layer Bug with a 5. I do desire to become a judgmental dog so I can give these people a side eye and look cute doing so. Jesus. Good evening, Nate. How you doing?
Did it occur to you that maybe Toasty is not a good person, or maybe he's like hypersexual and shouldn't be around children?
I ignored a lot of red flags when I really shouldn't have, because we talked a lot in DMs, And then they invited me to the server. And the first fucking thing that happens in the server is Toasty telling Mimi to piss in.
The first thing that happens in the server is Toasty telling Mimi to piss. What the actual fuck?
Call. And then asking me what my bra size was and for a picture of my thighs.
Now, isn't that interesting? What was all with all this thigh talk that was going on? Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar, it's because we've discussed it before during the FCK Maxim, which is Miss Zeezy's obsession with a 16-year-old girl's thighs. Yes, Akumu. But my memory, it's like crystal clear. Yeah, I got on this call and somebody was asking someone to piss and then they asked me for my bra size. But honestly, I have quite serious memory issues. Dude, that memory's fucking better than mine is.
Did that make you uncomfortable?
Yep.
Did you voice that to Toasty?
Well, if I remember correctly, I was like silent about it for a couple of seconds, and they were like, "Oh, you don't have to answer if you don't want to." And I'm like, "You, okay." And then Xena did send a picture of their thighs because Toasty would ask, apparently ask multiple people.
I was told by some of the other victims that during that time in the FCK server was when the pandemic started. So everybody was like kind of isolated from school, from work.
They're a bug with the two. This is single-handedly making thighs gross to me. Thanks for the two. Also, Lio, yes, welcome in. Welcome in. Just to be clear, if you want to rewind a section of the stream, we do go over the fact that Doodles was in the Slimmers chat, okay? So, you know, regardless of their involvement, they posted in it multiple times, months across, and it was the chat that was, while there was porn throughout this entire thing, it was the chat with the most porn in it, because it was all of the fucking Slimmers stuff. So I have highlighted this, because Doodletone's memory in this call is, you know, worse than Nezzie's is, apparently. And yes, I am now on a crusade to save Lio from fucking Doodletones, okay? We're just ramping it right up.
And whatnot, and they were like,
Buddha with the 5. Every new statement, we stray further from God's life. True. True.
working from home. That's what led them to really rely on the friendships they made in the FCK server. I wanted to ask if that was also the case for you, and did that affect the reason why you maybe overlooked some of the more red flags because you wanted to stay friends with some of these people?
I don't think so, because I think around the same time I was in the Cloud Palace with Susie and I hung out.
Thank you, Pizza. It's nice that we're taking over Kaffle's name. Okay? That's the goal. That's the goal. I will be the next Kaffles. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, fuck.
Out there.
Get me all the data I need and I'll go from there. Back it. That's fair. That's fair. Listen. Listen. Do you hear that sound? Do you hear that sound? That's the drums of war. That's the drums of war. They're quiet now, but they're growing every day.
Because
Okay.
my activity kind of ends at one point and then pops up again near the end of when I leave.
I see. So you were in that, would you say you were very active in the FCK server?
I was active for a little bit and then I
Pinker with 2. We're covering ACC. Where's the VTuber? It's currently having a bit of a rework, and also I am partially dead and cannot look at my camera for an entire stream because my eyes are very sore. Leia Bug with 2. Can't wait for Beckett's scamming people arc. Listen, it's already begun. You just don't know it yet. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm too lazy to scam anybody. I can't. I'm too lazy to even get a merch like list done. I get DMs about like, can we have Copenhagen merch? It's like, no, I'm fucked. Merch when we hit 10K.
Yeah. I was active for a little bit and then I wasn't for a long time.
Oh fuck! Did we hit the goal? We hit the goal, dude. You guys are fucking killing it today. You guys are fucking killing it. What the hell? KHD Cars with the 5. When will you make a GoFundMe? Use it to buy Coke. What makes you think I haven't already? I'm gonna go the Wick TV route and wait for one of my teeth to break, and then I'll be like, hey guys, I need dentistry. I need dentistry. Give me money. You want to see my smile on stream every day? Give me some money, chat. Don't you want to see your favorite streamer smile? What's that? Dental insurance? Yeah, I've got dental insurance, but why pay for my premiums and deductibles when you can just give it to me anyway? Layabug with the 5. What is locking chat behind a paywall if not a lazy scam? Listen, let's not address that particular issue, shall we? That's a little too real. That's a little too real. Do you know what it is? Do you know what the chat thing is? It's literally the fact that I don't like doing too much on like on screen. So having chat on screen, I thought would be a nice reward. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't think that you guys would pay this much money just to have chat on screen. It's sort of, if I'm honest, kind of backfired on me. Okay, let's move this shit over. Let's move both of those over. A little bit. Just zoom. Zoom. Right, okay. Cool. Waifu with a 5. For the next goal, any chance you'll play effing Raws / Jonathan Ross SoundCloud for 5 minutes as a palate cleanser? I don't know what that is, Waifu, but maybe. I'll think about it. Rotting Brain with a 5. We paid for dinos once, we will do it every time. Apparently so. Gemini with a 2. The model better put the fear of God into people. Yeah, I want to get one with like actual hoodie and jeans and things. I need to go and talk to my VTube artist again. I need to move my camera around a bit. Well, so I'll see how I feel after the Leadhead video. Anyway, I will set a new goal. Let's get back on with the, let's get back to the call there. Bug with a 2. It's a nice reward, actually. It was just trolling. Yeah, no, listen, I think it's nice. It lets me gauge how involved chat wants to be on a day-to-day basis. It's so nice. I am by far one of the worst streamers, actually, possibly, potentially, ever. So, I am touched that you guys are as nice to me as you are. Okay, cool. My OCD is really clicking in today. I really want to resize things so everything fits, and I don't know what's wrong with me. Anyway, let's go.
I remember maybe being in 3 to 4 calls, but I could also be mixing up calls of being in group chats with Toasty and other people because we did, me and other people would plan videos with each other.
Mm.
I'm sorry, I can't be of more help when it comes to this.
No, it's okay. I think it's already pretty helpful.
If I might correct something, Nezzie, you had joined the Cloud Palace August 4th, 2020, which would have been about the time, which would have been maybe not exactly after the FCK, because the NSFW channel was removed August 1st. But for the majority, you were not in the Cloud Palace during that time frame. You were, however, I think in Ponder's chat because that was when we had met.
Yeah, I might have spent most of my time in Ponder's chat because I don't. The problem is that there was the FCK, and then there was group chats with friends with some people from there.
Okay, so it kind of like blends together.
Yeah, because I remember we had group chat specifically with Toasty, Xena, Toby, and Libby.
Okay. So when was it for you that you decided, okay, you know what, Toasty?
Okay, so here's the thing. here's my opinion on like Nezzie's memory of these events, because I think a lot of the FCK stuff is seared into Nezzie's memory, as it's seared into the memory of several other people. I don't know how many of you have gone through like a drama on the internet or with a friend group where you remember key details of it, like even like half a decade later. And especially if it's a drama you're talking about a lot. Now, there have been multiple conversations about this. Doodle has been through the FCK logs with Nezzie before this call. They've kind of got like not a prepared statement, but a bit of a prepared timeline when they're talking to Thumin. And that timeline only begins to fall apart after this call, when Nezzie starts getting, you know, fucked into the ground, as do other people like Doodle
He is actually really weird, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. When was that?
So I called out
remember?
Toasty.
Mm.
In the DMs, I called out Toasty several times. And then a bunch more stuff came out, and I feel very selfish for saying this, but Akumu made his video, and I slowly began to realize just the extent of Toasty, which...
That is a fucking lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Because the issues with Toasty were not pointed out by Akumu. They were pointed out by another person, which Nezzie then admits to in their call with Lyo, because their concern was being called out for hypocrisy. They're just trying to divert the conversation towards Akumu. And even if they did, by the way, that's somehow worse, because it means that I just want to be clear about what Nezzie is saying here. Nezzie is saying Akumu brought out a video, and that made me more critical towards Toasty, which, if true, means that Nezzie's response to having it pointed out how problematic Teddy was to then go on to harass Akumu. Even as a lie, this is a fucking insane one. And what, like, Nezzie is hedging their bets on is the fact that, like, they can twist the conversation to it being, well, Akumu's a bad messenger, Akumu's problematic, Akumu was harassing me. And we also know from the FCK Maxim that while Akumu, listen, I love you, buddy, was a troll and a bit of a dick, they constantly fucking antagonized him. Nezzie was running around trying to get Ponda to make videos, trying to get fucking whatever her name is, like, Mini, whatever the fuck, like, Mad, whatever the fuck their name is, to make videos on him, like ZZ, Fuchsia Butters, multiple other fucking creators to go after this one random dude with less than 100 subscribers. The idea that Akumu was just randomly harassing them is patently false. And actually, which is what's so frustrating, again, this statement, if it was true, which it's not, would make it worse, not better. Mad Libs, there we fucking go. Right, okay.
I don't know is a fair thing to say because I called them out numerous times and there's like a big paragraph where I was kind of done with their shit.
Yeah, question. Nezzie, would you mind I give those to Thumin, or would you rather not?
I thought you already did.
Did I?
Yeah.
You gave me the ones with Toasty and Nezzie.
Oh, then yes, okay, you already have them then. Never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Because at one point, I do remember before all that, I had blocked them on Twitter. And
You had
like
blocked Toasty?
yeah, but like there's like a slow disconnect as more DMs go, as I slowly begin to realize just how fucking uncomfortable that they were.
Okay. So I guess my question is, if you personally was like, okay, this guy makes me uncomfortable, he's weird, he's so hypersexual, did it ever occur to you that he might be the same way with the younger people also in the server, especially with the porn being like shared very publicly with everybody? And there was no moderation or none of that. And yeah.
I'm really sorry. I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole, but they go by she her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that without sounding like an asshole.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So, the same question, but with she her.
Uh, numerous times I called out Toasty for their porn problem, and I don't think it fully hit me, like how much they would do it with other people.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And you didn't care about the people they were doing it to. You cared that it was an optical issue. Just be fucking honest. You were with Lio, and I was. Listen, the happiest I was is when they were honest with Lio. It took 5 years of fucking pushing, but at least they were honest at one point in one of these conversations. What a win.
Because I'm trying my best to remember. Because most of the people, like Teddy, were around their age. But I don't know, I didn't know the full extent of what they were.
Hold on.
Because I'm trying my best to remember. Because most of the people, like Teddy, were around their age.
Isn't that interesting? Most of the people, like Teddy, were around their age. Okay. Teddy was 15. I'm sorry. That's not, like, again, you know what? We can like make arguments of whether Teddy should be called like a groomer or a pedophile, all those things. I mean, again, I haven't used that. Toasty should be called like a groomer or a pedophile. I haven't used that words about them. They were younger. They were a fucking clear sex addict. But that also doesn't excuse Nezzie. It certainly doesn't excuse the general behavior overall. The fact that age clearly didn't matter to them. You could see age didn't matter to them. And the fact that they were pretty forceful about it are all things that you'd comment on with other people. It's just when it was convenient, you didn't think about it. But you called it out enough and you understood it as enough of an issue to call it out to them, like in DMs. Was Teddy 16? Okay, Teddy was 16. I swear Teddy was 15 when they joined the server. Or was it Slimmers who was 15? Jesus Christ, guys. I remember everyone's age. Regardless, you didn't see it as an issue towards the age of the people. You saw it as an optics issue. And that's where the problem lies. If it was anyone else, you'd happily call them out. Doodle Tones would be happily calling them out. We'll come to a really interesting point in this call when there's a wonderful display of double standards. And I'm very excited for it.
But I don't know, I didn't know the full extent of what they were sending other people. All I knew is what they were sending to us. So, because at one point they put porn in my server, and I had to call them out to remove that. And at another point, there's like a whole thing where I call them out for porn somewhere else. I don't know if it was in the FCK, if it was in a group chat, but I told them something where it's like, you have to stop doing this because this can be like sexual harassment. And I think it was in terms, I'm going to need you to censor their name when I say this. It was Libby's story.
I should be clear, this is already out. The DMs of this are already public. That's why it's not censored.
Because in the DMs that I sent you, it's not my story to tell. But that was Libby's story. That was one of the reasons why I slowly started to disconnect to Toasty was because of what they were doing to her.
Okay. Another question I had was, there was an incident where you guys were like spamming. I think you were in VC and then spamming like really, really grotesque shock content with like porn included in there. It was you, Toasty, ZZ, Libby, And you also shared some of these photos in the general chat that everybody was in, and you guys were like tagging hopeless peaches in it.
How can you tag somebody like Hopeless Peaches in it? Listen, Hopeless Peaches age regress. It's like tagging a 5-year-old. You guys are fucking monsters. Regardless, let's just highlight the nature of that accusation, that they were in a VC tagging minors with minors and minors in the server that they knew about, posting a load of porn, tagging people, which again. It's a little bit fucking indefensible. I don't know what to tell you.
Couldn't help but notice that it was like the general chat where also the minors could see some of the stuff being posted, including Slimmers, who everybody knew was 15 at the time. I wanted to ask, like, did it occur to you that that was maybe not, or inappropriate and not okay? Or did you think of that like as an afterthought?
I don't even remember that happening.
How convenient. You remember the call where, like, you came in and Toasty asked somebody to piss in VC, but that's, like, slipped your memory? I wonder why. Is it because that's a bit more of a difficult question to answer, Nezzie?
Have you had a chance to kind of look at the logs or discuss them with Susie?
I saw a couple of them.
Yeah, no, Nezzie has not gone through the logs like I have, and
I don't know what's worse, the fact that Doodles went through the logs and missed stuff, or the fact that Nezzie just apparently refused to look at them. Also, I don't know how much I believe this. I don't know how much I believe that Nezzie wasn't looking through these logs. I fucking... Really? I mean, that's levels of... If you know the accusations are coming, I imagine you'd look through the fucking logs so you could preempt your responses. Maybe, like, you want to use ignorance and fucking a host of mental health issues as your defense, but I just don't fucking buy it. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. The problem is that Nezzie, like, lies. Nezzie is completely inconsistent, so how am I meant to believe them?
I'll admit I haven't shared everything because there's a lot to share. But are you referring to March 10th?
Yeah, when they were like sharing spamming a lot of.
So I didn't actually go. When it came to this,
Nezzie didn't have access to the logs, but I can't believe they didn't go through them with Doodles. I just don't believe it. And at the very least, they must have gone through their own DMs. And how much some of it is pretty questionable. Unless Doodle Tones was actively hiding things from Nezzie, which I don't know why they do that. Logs were in a protected room in Senate. They weren't even in the server itself at the time. Sure, but that doesn't mean that Doodles couldn't screen share them. I just don't know how much I believe this. And at the very least, I imagine that Nezzie and Doodles were sat there because there's a point in this call where they mention the fact that they've discussed this multiple times. I just don't know how much I believe it. Maybe Nezzie was too afraid to look at them. Sure, but I don't know. Just my opinion.
Senate group, I did not go through that chat. That was, I think, Hateful Eight that went through the VC. I mostly stayed in Gamer Zone, but I did.
Would you want to just phone in, Lio? Do you want to come talk to me about this? You're very welcome to call in and we can have a chat about it. Because we can do it now or we can do it at the end, but that might be... listen, I believe you've heard this call as well. Well, I'm not sure, actually. I don't know how much you've talked to Thumin. But we can have a chat about it. Gemini Forest with 5. At least when I can't remember something, I say I can be wrong, my bad. I don't know what Nezzie's on about. This is wild.
I hear that a lot of porn was spammed in March 10th. So I actually have not gone through those logs particularly myself, which is actually why I thought initially I had left the Fruitcake Club myself in like May, when it was probably more June or July-ish. Mind you, I guess just as an aside, should I be thinking about these questions too? Do you need my story for anything?
I mean, it would.
Should I be maybe trying to remember what my involvement with that server was? Would that be helpful, Thumin? I just like the almost psychic levels of damage where it's like, Something tells me that Doodles is suddenly realizing, like, partway through being in this call, that being in this call might not be a good idea.
It would also be helpful if something came up to you and you thought about an answer on your perspective. I definitely would appreciate it as well. Or we can just have a different call separately. It depends on how Nezzie feels about it.
Yeah, that's fair. We can go through these questions with for me either after these or what.
Okay, what do you think, Nezzie? Do you mind if Susie also gives her side at the same time?
Yeah, I don't mind. That's kind of why I wanted her here, because her memory and she's been like looking at everything. So I need like that fact check.
Okay.
So,
all right. Yeah.
You want to go back to the...
Okay. We're gonna talk to Mr. Lyo Convoy. Lyo, welcome to Copecast.
Hello, Beckett in chat. Sorry if you'll hear a bit of background noise. I'm in the paint booth, so.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I hope the fumes aren't making you more insane.
If anything, the fumes will help.
So, I mean, give me your thoughts. You disagree with me? Give me your thoughts.
Okay, so as far as Nezzie seeing the logs, I think that because Nezzie did have access to their DMs with Toasty before exporting it, because it wasn't done instantaneously, obviously, that if Nezzie was trying to do a better job of covering up stuff, they probably would have deleted the extremely damning DMs that are in there. The ones that brought up, thanks to Thumin handing them to me, appreciate it. Everybody, tell Thumin thank you. Thumin is awesome. And go give them money so they can get their freaking PC fixed. As far as maybe passing them, and I don't know, individual DMs, I highly doubt that, simply because when it comes to Nezzie, anytime this was discussed in general, Nezzie would spiral, and the single server we did share at the time would like come to a screeching halt so we could handle Nezzie's meltdown. So I think if Nezzie did have better access to that server, their attempt at a defense would have been a lot better than I4 Gore, to be 100 with you.
Okay. I can see your argument there. The fact that Nezzie probably wouldn't have handed these logs over if they'd known about them. Well, or had read them, sorry. Okay. What's your feelings on Doodle Tone's involvement? You're kind of hearing some of this. I mean, Doodle Tone's... You and I have discussed bits and pieces of this and disagreed over it.
Yeah.
All
right, here's the...
Sure, give me your take.
If you want to take, I'll go ahead and use it. All right, so one of the big concerns is the fact that she was in the Not Safe for Work chat that had Slimmer's name on it, right?
Sure.
And that is something I'm going to be digging into. Like I said, I'm not being facetious when I say give me the data and we'll go from there. I think I've proven I'm pretty consistent on that, regardless of whom I am talking to, especially now that I don't have a certain person like screeching in my ear about it. But from what I understand, it makes sense to me why they may not remember every room they were in. Because even when it comes to that specific chat, if I recall correctly, and Kumu's in the chat, he didn't get access to that room till I think mid to late 2024. So I would believe that somebody would remember not posting in every single chat, and I'm sure I've been in servers like 5 years ago that I don't remember saying or doing certain things in. So I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt on that, but it's still a problem, obviously, that there was a Not Safe for Work named after the child and that people posted in that without a single issue. And I've said this to multiple people at this point. Literally every single thing that has happened here, the children being harmed, all the stuff that's happened to Akumu, all of that could have been very quickly, very easily resolved in 5 minutes if somebody opened their mouth or didn't immediately go into like this weird tribalism that exists because Akumu, I don't know, breeds wrong.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with you, but here's where I sit with Doodle Tones. Here's my issue. It's not that Doodle Tones posted in that not safe for work chat, it's that they posted multiple times. They clearly knew that other people were involved in this server, such as Nezzie. And this isn't a conversation that suddenly just came up in late 2024 or early 2024. This is a conversation that has happened multiple times while Doodles was part of the community in the SEC against Akumu. The FCK has been argued with about multiple times. The Toby drama was a focal point of a lot of things, and the Toby drama was intertwined very heavily with the FCK, where it was looked at during the this drama, because people can say what they want about the ages of people, but the Toby drama was essentially about drawn artwork of a minor, a character who is a minor.
I do know.
So
I do know.
So the idea that Doodle Tones and others could pick up that, understand what it was, go after Toby, but not notice any of the other stuff that was happening in the FCK, I find completely unfucking believable.
Okay, so I did a little bit of digging about the Toby thing when it comes to Susie. The only time I can find that even being discussed by Susie specifically was in Jar's video from 2022, I think it was, where the FCK was mentioned tangentially in regards to junkies. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that's still not a problem, that somehow nobody thought, something weird about that server and go for it. Obviously, it's been an issue regardless. But I do know that from what I've been able to see, unless I'm being lied to, possibility, always, or whatnot, I still have not seen a video that Susie specifically did in that time about Toby. To my knowledge, and I could be wrong, again, I am absolutely open to that, because I would rather be wrong in this sense and be corrected than to continue to be wrong and not be corrected.
But also, you and I both know that. But you and I both know that, like, Doodles wasn't involved directly in the Medane drama, but they were still shared this video before it went out, and were one of the early comments on it. So the idea that Doodles wasn't told about the Toby drama or wasn't involved in the conversation and the scenes.
You're talking about something without clarification here. Which Medane video? Can you be more specific? Because there were a lot of them.
So the videos, I forgot which one it is. Akumu will have to correct, but I was talking to Akumu the other night, and I think it was one of the videos going over the Medane drama and Slimmers being 15, really early on, and I can't remember. I think it was Nezzie's video on it was actually shared.
Well, if we wait 5 minutes, Akumu will pop up with like a billion different citations and whatnot. This entire thing to him is like most people's choo-choo trains. Not that that's inherently a bad thing. I just think it's there's nothing that's made me laugh more about Akumu than when he corrected somebody about how he was conceived. I'm sorry, I love that. That was great.
But we'll let Akumu come up with the citation. But these people were very closely linked, even in dramas. Yeah, Akumu's just agreeing with me. They were very closely linked in these conversations. So yeah, it's sure it's always possible, but the like weight of evidence against that being the case is really high for this. And Doodles now, like in this call, is talking about the fact that they've had multiple conversations with Nezzie. The idea that Doodles only started to like think about the FCK when it was handed to her by you to start going through it, and never mentioned to even you, oh shit, the FCK server, yeah, some really bad stuff happened here. There was crazy shit going on. I mean, I think Doodles was pretty obviously protecting the people nearest to them.
Hey, it's highly possible. Like unfortunately, that tends to be a lot of human nature. I think we both know that.
Sure, I don't disagree that, but it's also Doodles is sat in this call, essentially continuing to do that to Nezzie. The core accusations against both of them is that they covered up what was essentially actions they knew were harmful, that they've gone after other people for, that they themselves believe are harmful actions, not because they were trying to protect Toasty, but because they were trying to protect themselves, other friends. I don't know whether we'll ever
Brother,
see the
brother, we've got to get you a buzzer for every time you call Teddy Toasty.
Fuck me. Yeah, no, it's really bad.
That's like, I like you, but that's genuinely bad. Come on,
yeah,
man.
No. Bear with, yeah, my brain is fucking fried. But
yeah, welcome to my world.
but regardless, I mean, I don't know whether we'll ever see the Fuchsia's Buster servers. Is are we gonna see that? Okay.
I have it, buddy. I have people pouring through it right now.
So I'm very interested to know who the fuck was involved in that.
Oh, I am too. We've already found some interesting names. One of them, of which is Toasty. So that'll be fun.
That's interesting. So tell me something.
Oh, yes.
Was Nezzie in Fuchsia Butter server?
We don't know that yet. Here's the thing. We just started looking through it. I say we. Unfortunately, I'm not the one directly involved because I have a bit of an issue with one of my hard drives. But the export alone, like for Fuchsia server, was 135 gigs in a zipped file. So it's going to take some time. It's going to take some serious time, my man. So just be patient. Thankfully, this is one of those evergreen things that we'll pour through it. We'll find all the information we can. And if Fuchsia has done some screwy, creepy stuff, it'll be dealt with one way or another. So,
well, I can't wait. It should be.
Oh, I know you can't.
Very interesting.
I can't either because I had an aneurysm when I watched that video that they did on Akumu. Like genuinely, I remember Akumu sent me a link because unfortunately I hadn't looked into his channel for the obvious reasons when all that stuff started. So I didn't even know he did videos on Fuchsia, which is why I said the ignorant, stupid comment about, maybe they should talk more about it, Fuchsia and whatnot instead of Peaches. But nope, he did. To his credit, he did. And she said some horrifically gross and unhinged things. And I'm sitting here like, how did nobody say anything? And I can't sit here and say that maybe the people I knew or knew. I don't know if they did or not. But like, how did the general public look at that and say, this is fine? Gross. Freaking weirdos, man.
Well, yeah, and I suppose that's part of my point, really. I suppose that brings me back to kind of like it brings me back around to Doodles. After the shit that's happened with Nezzie, have you spoken to Doodle Tones?
Yes, I have.
And I mean, how are we able to know anything about that conversation?
That it happened and that they are no longer in contact with Nezzie.
Well, I suppose that's at least something. So
yeah, they're not happy about Nezzie's actions. Susie does genuinely want to address whatever she may have done in there, at least from what she's told me, and I'm willing to facilitate that. And again, if I get all the data and I find Susie's lying, well, it's not going to be any different for Susie than it is anybody else. I'm going to be consistent about that. It doesn't matter who the person is. Even if it wound up being you, Beckett, it'd be the exact same way. I have to be consistent on that. Otherwise, what's the point in doing it?
Well, yeah, I'd agree with you. Do you think that, so from your conversations with Doodles, do you think that Doodles recognizes why people are let's keep it neutral and say suspicious?
Yeah, she understands that. Just like she understands that there's a reason why some people are focusing more on her, because obviously the victims of the FCK feel like that the way that she went about things was not proper, and I can understand that to a point. There is some misnomers, for lack of a better word, or misinformation, not intentional, that has gone out about some of this stuff and how it was handled. But if Susie does stay on course for what she is saying, then we'll get the answers if we can, and we'll go from there. More importantly, my question for you is, let's go ahead and say that worst case scenario, she did sweep for this server, that even though it was gross and weird, that she's in essentially the same position as Nezzie is. On your end, what do you think should happen? Like, if you had to make the hard decision on it, what would you do?
Well, I'd want Doodles to come back so I can make content on her. So, no. Content brain off for a second and being totally fair. The problem that Doodles has is this. Doodles, perhaps more than anybody else, probably needs to go back through basically what I'm going to start looking at is some of these Cloud Palace calls. and also some of their own actions with predator hunting, with going after people, with how they position.
That's actually not something she's like done a lot of. She's done it like a couple of times because, well, people got found out being scummy.
Well, yeah, but
So that's not, thankfully, it's nothing that she's made her thing. But yeah, go ahead.
But she's not made it her thing. But Doodle Tones has taken large moral stances on certain things. They've talked, or they should probably talk about whether, like, their own proclivities, shall we say, have influenced the way they saw this content. Because there are certainly accusations that can be made there. And I think one of the cool things is there's a bit of this call I'll spoil, because I mean you've heard this call, right?
Spoilers? How dare you?
But you have heard this call, right?
I have. Ironically, I heard it the day after my call with Nezzie. Now, thankfully, it was a good thing to cross-reference to see like everything Nezzie has altered from then to now. So that was kind of good.
There is a point in this call where they're talking about a Cloud Palace call where somebody is raked over the coals at what has been described to me at Rosa-like levels for telling Ellie Manelli to kill themselves.
No, it wasn't Rosa-like levels. That's asinine. At no point did Tippy, because that's or Keyblade. Keyblade's the person being discussed. Keyblade wasn't called a bunch of slurs. Keyblade wasn't called, well, I'm not going to repeat the things, obviously. Keyblade was mocked for his stupidity, and Keyblade was lambasted, but he wasn't treated like Rosa. That's goofy.
But do you accept the fact that there is a double standard there where Doodles has not done that to you? Because in this call, Doodles says, well, I think that's something you should look at. But you're not being dragged into a call and lambasted for telling somebody to KYS. There is a clear double standard in the way that people in this community functioned, which, again, happens. But
I think that
as I've said to you, if you're going to take moral stances...
Back up. We can talk about that, but I think the key here is why these things are being said. Because let's be honest, there's a difference between telling somebody out of pocket nowhere to kill themselves and what Keyblade did. Because I don't know what you were told, frankly. I don't. Sure. What Keyblade did was Keyblade, knowing that Ellie had apparently had an issue about a week previously, got mad that she said something derogatory about the girl that he was obsessing over, a really weird situation, and talked about how he thinks Ellie should kill herself over it. That's a little bit different than I'm in a call with a freak, a creep, a predator, or a widow, and I tell him I think he needs to kill himself. It's a little bit different.
Sure. But it's also like the general standards that were held in the community where you shouldn't do things like that. You shouldn't like go after people for their mental health issues. But one of the like repeating issues with this drama has been that people get held to standards by like during a drama that they do not hold their friends to. Right? It's the consistency.
Yep, that's definitely been a problem.
And
I'm not going to argue that. I think you just used a bad example, honestly.
Sure, I'm just using the example from this call because I asked about it, and that's what I was told. If I'm wrong, I will actually listen to that call. I may come out agreeing with you. But
I hope you're ready for 6 hours.
Of course. But also there's like a baseline here, right? Of the accusation is that if Doodles was in this server and sweat for the people within it, that calls into question Doodle's ability to fairly talk about people, and the people that they have talked about, whether they not owe people apologies, it's very soy, but like whether they fucked people over and took a moral stand that they just cannot support themselves.
Well, here's the thing. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a situation involving stuff like that has been Susie only. Usually I'm also there, so there's probably a bit of push from that as well. So I don't think it's inherently that Susie's the one running around doing that. I think it's more that Susie is there and I'm showing them how to handle some of these things. Whether you think that's the best way to do it or not, we could have a discussion for like in like biblical battle terms, but it's a bit different than Susie independently, consistently going after people randomly at any given time. That's not really what happened there, at least unless I'm unaware of certain things, which is possible. It is possible.
Do you think that I mean what do you want to see out of Susie? I mean, is it the same thing as Nezzie where like Susie
I want honesty. I want full, transparent honesty. If they have screwed up, I want them to own it. I don't want caveats. I want out of them what people wanted out of me. Hey, own up to what you did, apologize, do better. That's what I would want in this situation. Now, I will say there is a caveat, a simple caveat, because I've had people make the comparison. Even Akumu I think did, but I'm going to chalk that up to him probably not knowing the ins and outs of it. That Susie and Nezzie specifically is similar to what Key and Tippy did, and I will say I 100% will argue against that. Because I think that unless we have evidence that Nezzie knew that Toasty was a groomer, which I know they say things that what he's doing is groomer-esque, but that's not quite the same thing as knowing he's a groomer. I don't think that is really an accurate representation. Because there's a difference between knowing somebody is and literally feeding children to them and keeping those kids quiet when they want to talk about it and weeping because you're a moron.
Well, I mean, for that, though, because again, that's in this call, spoilers. I'm
aware.
After this,
I knew exactly what you were going to talk about.
Well, Nezzie's argument is, well, I never tried to silence anyone, but they came out and called Toasty a liar. And they didn't silence the victims. Well, sorry, they came out and called Teddy a liar. And when Akumu was trying to highlight this, 4 years, they tried to silence Akumu and silence this story. So while they're making the argument that they're not trying to silence victims, I don't think that's true. They did, even if not directly to the victims, try to silence this story.
I see. I guess I'm getting hung up on the whole knowing they're a predator aspect of it then. So maybe I can relent in that specific scenario when it comes to silencing people, because that is highly possible. I am very frustrated with how much of this could have easily be handled if people wanted to be adults for 5 minutes and they weren't. You can check with Akumu. I've said this multiple times, and I'm kind of baffled by quite a bit of this, to be 100 with you.
And I mean, would you agree that the stuff that Zizi did, especially with a 23-year-old trying to talk to a 16-year-old, and they did, from what I understand, again, I don't have the evidence to hand, what I understand was they were talking about a much more of an in-person relationship. I think I'd call that grooming.
I would. In fact, if you want a bit of a spoiler, I'll go ahead and tell you this much. Once I get the evidence on hand, which I'll have to be waiting on because obviously things take time, I'm going to be filing a report. I have everything I need as far as like information goes to do so. I just need like the actual things that happened so I can push that forward. And hopefully, I'm not putting any money on it because it's the law, but hopefully it's something's done about it because she's 40 minutes from me, dude. She's just disgusting. Like the second weirdo I know in my home city. Third, actually. Stone Toss is one, Carmen Ryder's another, and Zizi the third.
Well, obviously, I disagree with things going IRL, but in this case, I mean, they tried to groom a 16-year-old. I don't know like.
It's child predation, man. Everybody should be on literally the exact same page on that one.
Yeah,
Look,
no, I think, and again, like, I'm not listen. I say this with multiple things. Let the fucking police handle it. You know, because But my point with this is the fact that people knew about the stuff with Zizi that was done in public forums. That wasn't quiet. I was a member of the FCK. And talking about posting thigh pics and everything else was stuff that happened in those rooms.
In public. You are correct. I think part of the problem there is, to my understanding, I could be wrong here, okay? I know not everybody knew specifically, because the person we're discussing right now, I'm not going to say their name because I don't know if that's public and I don't want to. I don't know if people were aware of that specific individual's age, because again, I've been, for the most part, because of what happened with Peaches and I felt I fumbled it, I haven't been too hands-on in investigating the server myself. I've been dealing with the people around me who were involved based on data that other people have brought forward, because I feel that's more ethical in this specific case. So if there's more data to that, obviously people should be held to account. But I think that the where that buck is stopping, I think needs to be evaluated, because there were a lot of people in that server that haven't been brought up at all, that need to be questioned more. Jar obviously is a good example of that. That's why I said to him what I did in our call, like, you can't prove you weren't more active in that server. You can't prove you didn't see things. Do you even know how I got somebody in the server?
No, actually.
Manga Common was there.
Interesting.
It's only give me a link. He was still there as of 2023. That's how I got somebody in there to export it.
Yeah, I'd make this argument as I have before. You know, like I was a mod for Kumo. Um,
Oh
and
God.
when Crystal, well, because he made me a mod in his weird fucking demon thing, he did the same thing to Vlad, and I think my only action is somebody had come to me and been like, this person's a pedophile or something. I was like, cool, I'll just ban them. That was my only action ever, and I'd never even really looked at it. And then it's difficult because I'm in a lot of fucking Discord servers, and I don't ever look at them. I barely read my own general chat, I'll be honest with you. I don't have fucking time. So I can believe that Jar never saw anything. It's when you're more active in a community, and this Discord is different for a particular reason. It's because it's not just a call in Discord for a stream or a show. It's like, if something happened in my Discord, I don't even know if Akumu or whoever's in my Discord. If something happened in mine, I don't think I'd expect any other creator to be aware of it. Whereas,
No.
if something happened in, say, like, there's a commentary Discord that we all have access to, and it is purely creators. If something happens in there, that's much more of a, hey, this server has like 20, 30 people in it. How did you not know about this? That's when you sort of get to more of the point where a Discord server becomes closer to a group chat. And the FCK, while it had seemingly quite a few members, it was a very, very active, and I'd argue fairly close-knit community. Which
I would recommend. I don't know how Crystal did. I know somebody did. I recommend somebody find a way to pull up who was in the calls then, and get a beat on that too, because that would help. Because even if somebody doesn't type in the chat, I mean, if they're constantly in calls, I mean, that's pretty condemning in general, especially because like, okay, when I had Peaches like and walked her through, and I actually have evidence, doggone it, that I did walk them through the freaking chat to find all their posts. I was under the impression the whole Toasty, he's jacking off and call, that was a joke. I thought that was a joke. No, I've had it confirmed that wasn't a joke. That's just what he did. And nobody had an issue with this for some asinine reason other than, haha, let's make fun of him, which is not the response. I mean, it is, but it also isn't. If you have a space with kids and some dude's jacking off in a call, remove him if you can. And if not, leave. This entire server is just an absolute failure of every magnitude for this community. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong.
It's a hell of a fucking mess. But I mean, I feel like you'll be fair with Doodles. But I do think that it probably helps you having the conversation with Doodles after what's just happened with Nezzie. Because
yes, I'm just waiting on the data, and I'll be honest. Fairness is a philosophical tooth fairy. I'm more in, and bonus points if you got that quote. But I'm more interested in accuracy than I am fairness in this case. Being aware of what people are dealing with or whatever was on their plate at the time, that's a good thing to keep in mind simply for the fact of consistency. But I'm interested in the truth, what is owned up to, and what I have data for. Like the fact that I believe that Nezzie was lying in certain parts of that call. I'm not going to pretend like I don't. But that call, as tumultuous as it was, as much as a pain in the butt it was, and how much it's kind of rattled me even still, the fact that I got them to admit they got the porn chat removed for optics, made it worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I've said the same thing. I think that is very valuable.
Yeah, and the fact that, I can understand why people assume that maybe Akumu's opinion before that came out, he was being uncharitable, or he was thinking worst case scenario. I think that he's on an apology for that, if nothing else, simply for the fact that we should have been more critical, or whoever was going on about how he was uncharitable with it, because that should have been thing number one. And in this call, I don't know if you've gotten to it yet or not, they do talk about how, well, I got the porn chat removed for the kids. It had nothing to it. Disgusting. Absolutely vile behavior. Asinine.
Yeah.
You know what the sad thing about all that is, other than the obvious fact that kids got hurt? Is like, this wasn't even like a 500,000 sub channel that was worried about optics to that extent. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, part of the problem was that these they were worried about their reputation, not to their fan bases, but within the community in which they existed. And let's be honest, no one outside, any of this would have cared if it could have been over very, very quickly if they'd just thrown Toasty under a bus. They would have been fine.
I remember you mentioning that, but like, while I get you're looking at that from the perspective of how to salvage their creator stuff, I don't know. My focus is going to be on the fact that like people got harmed with all this, and that's just egregious to me. Especially that some people didn't own it. Like the fact that Peaches tried to get me to guard over it, like wouldn't let me look further into it, and then cut and ran whenever it got good. That tells me there's something else that happened there that I'm probably going to be really messed up about whenever I find it out, because that is not the behavior of somebody who just did a couple of oopsies, and I'm kind of terrified of what I'm going to find. If I'm going to be 100 with you.
I will be very interested to see what's in Fuchsia Butter's server.
Oh, I am too. In fact, one of the people looking into it did not give me any context. Just literally messaged me, "What the f is wrong with this woman?"
Well, yeah.
So,
as far as I can tell, they're a Shotokan. So.
Oh, fantastic! I love it here. Every day I wake up saying, "I'm so happy I'm here."
Well.
Die.
It is the area you chose to become the father figure of, so you kind of did it to yourself.
Well, clearly they freaking need it. Not like anybody else is going to handle this. Let's be honest. Unless you want to do it. You want to do it, Beckett?
No, I'm fine.
That's what I thought.
I'm here.
You in the audience?
I'm here.
I'm digging that out.
I'm here as the fun uncle who laughs at things. I'm like the uncle that like votes for Trump and sort of turns up at Christmas and is annoying, but kind of makes things at least a little bit fun for a little bit. But you're welcome.
Right.
You're welcome to keep the kids.
Vlad's the uncle that comes out of the freaking woods, grabs all the beer, says something that scars literally everybody in hearing distance, laughs, and goes back into the woods until the next party where he can get beer again.
Yeah, that's actually very accurate. That's actually very accurate.
Yeah, that poor guy. He's losing his mind.
Well, I mean, I don't fucking blame him. It's
well, it's not just like this stuff here. Like he took a break from the internet because the Nerf video has worn me out. I've had to talk about freaking child predators 5 different times back to back. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go exist in the real world. What do you mean one of my friends is a child predator and just got put in the jail? What the heck?
Yeah, it went real well.
That poor man.
It went
you can't
really
avoid
well. Oh, God.
That's wild.
Okay, I'm going to get back to this call, but I appreciate the call.
Have fun. Hope I didn't piss off the chat too much. If you guys want to be nice to me about how dealing with Nezzie, buy me Gundams. No, seriously, no, give them the money. But you guys take it easy. Thanks for having me, Beckett.
Peace. Laters. Okay. I've got some super chats to read. And God, I think that's the first time Live's ever phoned into the stream. Fucking hell. Day of fucking, I don't know, history making, I don't know. One more time. Potato, member for 9 months at molding. Wait, really? Potato's molding? That's fucking based. Beckett, could you please remind me to get my pot pie out of the oven in 3 minutes? Thank you. Yeah, no fucking worry, buddy. It's probably been longer than 3 minutes. You should probably go and stop your house from burning down. More like clown balance, am I right? So fucking true, Potato. Thank you for 2. Counterway with the 5. In the Keyblade and Typical, Nezzie said, if you do this again, we're bringing this information to the Lio. Thank you for the 5. Cool Anime Girls, member for 4 months. Just be the dad that needs to go get milk, lol. Listen, I'll be back when I've got cigarettes, okay? Won't see, no one sees me for like 6 months. Yen with the 2, evil stuff happening. So fucking true. Okay, listen, we're going to keep going with the call, and then we'll probably talk to Akumu after the call, because I don't think he's heard it yet. And there's definitely bits in here that I will want to discuss with him and to get his autistic obsession perspective, okay? In case anyone's wondering, I don't give the old man any Gundams. Listen, the only thing I'm still waiting for Lio to review something for me. I asked him to review like the Armored Core 30-minute missions sets, and he still hasn't apparently he hasn't arrived yet. What the fuck is going on? Appalling.
Beginning and get my side.
I need to do more Warhammer content. That's the next thing. I'm gonna start buying Warhammer and doing painting on streams and things while we're talking about drama. Then that's the next stage. I'm gonna start the kin army I keep talking about, or maybe dude. There are some fucking great Necron models at the moment. I really want to do like a Scorpioid Destroyer Lord. That'd be fucking good. That'd be based.
Later.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would love that.
All right.
So, how did you, Susie, get like roped into the FCK server?
Waifu with the 5. Effin Roz / Jonathan Runk, crank that ginger for the goal. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. We'll see what happens when we hit the goal.
Toasty just reached out to me one day and was like, hey, hey Doodle, I have something for you. I, give my usual question mark in response, because it's usually how I respond to people saying that they have something for me, or that they want to ask me a question, and then they sent me a image that apparently they were sending to a few people at around this time that said, Toasty has invited you to the Fruitcake Club, how do you accept? With enthusiasm or with gratitude? And then they followed that with, Nezzie said it was a good idea to invite you, and then they sent the link. They had said that it was a private server of a bunch of artists and YouTubers.
Okay.
I mean,
so for you, it was kind of the opposite, where you were like asked to join because of like.
I mean, that's kind of true, isn't it?
Like making connections in the server.
Yeah.
Or network.
And they made a specific note that they also only invite people on Tuesdays. I don't. that was just in our DMs. It's just right under it. I figured I should mention it.
Layer Convoy with the 10. Building and painting kits while discussing drama. Stand by for my lawyer suing you for gimmick infringement. Listen. You can't sue me if I do it better. Plus, you don't live stream yourself building and making stuff. You just put it in videos. I already gimmick infringed you. Have you not seen the now recording, fucking episode on Ulio? I literally build a Gundam for it. It's the most high effort now recording episode on the entire fucking channel.
That's crazy. So another question I had for Susie was that, like, when you joined the server, did you start getting any red flags of the people there, or was it like kind of gradual? Were you active in the server? There's like 3 questions in one.
Yeah, okay. Like, whether or not I was active, it's kind of I don't have a whole lot of messages in the logs from what I've seen. I was kind of, like, my activity kind of seemed sporadic from March 31st when I had joined to my last post in there in, like, June 3rd. So it's like March, April, or like, what was it, April, May, and then, like, the start of June would have been, like, my time frame being active. But I know that by the June post, I was not super active. And then I might have, like, stayed dormant in the server, because I remember the Ben the Looney stuff, and I think that was July, yeah? Does anyone, do you have any knowledge of that?
I might, hold on.
It should have been July, because that's around the time a lot of us left.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
so too.
also
Interesting. Wonder why around July a lot of you left. Well, curious. Here's the problem with, like, it's like you went like dormant and you stopped posting much, but that sounds like you were active beforehand. I'd love to know if Doodles was in any of these fucking calls. And I really want to know if Doodles was active in Fuchsia Butter's server. That would be very fascinating to find out.
It's also around the time that Toby went after Ben, which led into Omnia, which led into all that.
Yeah.
Well,
so
no, it led into... Sorry.
Point being is, I remember the Ben the Looney stuff happening. I did not really get involved
Good evening, by the way, Mally.
in it. I just kind of watched it transpired, and then I dipped. So there's probably I could probably give myself maybe a month period of just sitting dormant in the chat, but I was not super active around June by that point anyway. Whether or not I saw red flags, I don't think so, because Toasty just kind of reminded me of another friend that I had at the time by the name of Ray Mills. So it probably just didn't really occur to me. I had only really learned about Toasty's shenanigans around the time that Galbanom had dropped a video on them back in like October of 2020, and by that point I was already out of the chat. Most of the bridges were kind of severed, and I didn't really talk to anyone like from that chat outside of Nezzie, Junkie, and Chaos, who I was already friends with before.
So how did you become acquainted with Toasty in the first place? If they already had your information when they like reached out to invite you, or were you like friends before they just randomly invited you?
The first DMs.
Good evening, Max. This is the fucking Nezzie and Doodle's call about the FCK. We're basically just listening to the lie. I'm getting so much judgment from my side. I need to. It's one of those things where I desperately need to DM Max about the video I'm making. I haven't talked to him in like 2 weeks. How you doing, bro?
That either of us had were them inviting me to the server.
No, that he doesn't turn up when I'm talking about Will and his channel, but he turns up when I'm talking about fucking and the FCK server and 5-year-old drama.
I see. Okay. So it might just be just like Nezzie was saying, where they just like wanted as many ArtCC creators in there as possible.
Yeah, I started feeling about that way around my later bits of involvement.
Susie, were you aware of the fact that there were minors, especially since one of them was more well known? Speaking of Thumin'S, but were you aware that there were minors in the server?
No. Actually, Thumin'S is a particularly interesting note.
Okay. You were aware of the Madame drama. You commented on the Madame video, Doodles. You were handed it before it went live to the public. You definitely knew what this drama was. It was all about Slimmers. Slimmers being 15 was the core of that fucking drama, and you are posting in the Slimmers not safe for work chat. What do you mean you didn't know? Okay, let's listen. I'm probably pause-anding her, okay?
It's because Slimmers wasn't in the chat when I was. There might have been a little bit of overlap. Like they had like 1 or 2 messages in there, like
They had a not safe. What the fuck? No, hold on. They had a Slimmers. This is the Slimmers Art Shack archive. Now, like, look. I'm sorry, I just don't fucking believe this. I just don't believe that you didn't clock that Slimmers, who had a not safe for work chat, who was 15 as their entire fucking drama, was like, yeah, you're just like, I don't know. The fuck are you talking about? Unreal.
Around the time that I had joined, but their activity dips around the time that I was in there, and then they come back after I started becoming inactive. So the time that I was active in there, Slimmers was not in there. And I distinctly remember this because Toasty and I had a voice call where at one point in there where Toasty had told me that Slimmers had left the chat because they were fighting or something. Like there was like a beef between them. So I didn't know that. Teddy, as another one of the more well-known examples of children in there, I did talk to a couple of times, but
I would have to get Thumin or somebody else with access to its logs to like verify that in some way, but that sounds oddly specific and also not true. What the fuck?
They had also dipped, like, within, like, maybe a month of me being in there. Their age was never brought to my attention. Same goes for Mimi Digs. Their age was never brought to my attention, and I think I only had one call with Mimi anyway.
Okay.
Outside of that, I knew no one else, and this is provable within within the first conversation that I had going in there, because Toasty had asked me, it's like, who do you all know in there? And I listed Just a Robot, Manga Comment, and Ben the Looney, and Toasty themselves pointed out Junkie, Nezzie, and Ellie Momeli, who by that time had dipped from the chat.
What do you mean by provable, Doodles? So, okay. When you say provable, do you mean these calls exist? Are there archives? Because that, to me, sounds like you're saying, well, that's provable, because, like, that's cool asking who you knew. Well, how would you be able to reference that unless you had that call? Please tell me someone archived these fucking calls. That would be quite the twist.
So I knew pretty much no one else in there. In fact, obviously, you know that I wasn't too familiar with, like, people like Snailu or or people like that, because we've had conversations about that. So
Yeah.
I was kind of in the dark about a lot of the things there, and that's kind of important for me to note, at least, because, like, given how much porn was spammed in there, I thought the server was an 18+ server.
Did you think so? You said you knew that Teddy was a minor. Did you see this porn
did
being
not.
spammed before or after?
No, I didn't know that Teddy was a minor.
Oh, okay. You found out later.
Teddy's age was not brought to my attention. I only learned that Teddy was a minor at the time when this situation started.
Ah, I see. Okay. So going back to Nezzie, I wanted to ask, was like the spamming of inappropriate content or speaking of inappropriate topics something that was very, like, normalized and encouraged in the server, even amongst the adults there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Also in the comment of the bra and thigh thing, so I know that someone's probably going to bring up how Ponder asked me for, like, a drawing, asked me my bra size on stream. The difference between those two scenarios is that I didn't know Toasty very well, and at the time they identified as cis male, and I don't have a good history with men.
I see. Okay. So it made you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, when it came to, so when the Madame situation was at its peak, or kind of fizzling out, there was, like, beef you guys were having with a person named Akumu. And they were 16 at the time, and I know Miss CZ specifically sent, like, very sexual, like, memes to them in the comment section of their videos. Were you aware of their age? And did you ever, like, protest that more sexualized things shouldn't be sent or anything like that?
I didn't know about Xena putting sexual.
Sorry. Yeah, my brain broke for a second. I was getting DM'd something. Let me go back a couple of seconds.
No one else, and this is Teddy, as another one of the more well-known examples of children in there, I did talk to a couple of times, but they had also dipped, like, within, like, maybe a month of me being in there. Their age was never brought to my attention. Same goes for Mimi Digs. Their age was never brought to my attention, and I think I only had one call with Mimi anyway.
Okay.
Outside of that, I knew no one else, and this is provable within within the first conversation that I had going in there, because Toasty had asked me, it's like, who by that time.
Okay, we'll pause this.
People like Dark about a lot of or people like that, because we've had conversations about that. So
Yeah.
I was kind of in the dark about a lot of the things there, and that's kind of important for me to note, at least, because, like, given how much porn was spammed in there, I thought the server was an 18+ server.
Did you think so? You said you knew that Teddy was a minor. Did you see this porn
did
being
not.
spammed before or
Oh,
after?
I didn't know that Teddy was a minor.
Oh, okay. You found out later.
Teddy's age was not brought to my attention. I only learned that Teddy was a minor at the time when this situation started.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Okay, I've got something here actually in reference to this conversation. Give me a second. Go here. Go away, Nezzie. I was about to say from Vanilla, you know, Nezzie and Junkie, Maeve was here. Okay, so it wasn't a call, it was just a list. Most of the people in here, though, are new faces to me, conversationally. Maeve was here, but she kind of just vanished, yeah. Also, yes, I've read the culture terms. Actually, looking through this list, I see Bentaluni, and if that's the real deal, I suppose I've previously interacted with him too, but it's been positive terms, which means that Doodles themselves did go through the list to try and identify people. Now, the question is, how did Doodles go through this fucking list and miss Slimmers? Interesting. Gabbano with the 10. Friendly reminder that Akumu pressed Doodle turns about porn being sent to our minds in the FCK, and her response was essentially, yeah, that's the environment Toasty created. Yeah, again, this is a problem. They knew, and they still tried to demonize Akumu. And as I said to Lawyer when he called in, it may not be silencing victims directly, quote unquote, but it is silencing the victims. It's removing the ability for anyone who wants to bring this story to light to highlight it. It's hard.
So going back to Nezzie, I wanted to ask, was like the spamming of inappropriate content or speaking of inappropriate topics something that was very like normalized and encouraged in the server, even amongst the adults there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Also in the comment of the bra and thigh thing, so I know that someone's probably going to bring up how Ponder asked me for like a drawing, asked me my bra size on stream. The difference between those two scenarios is that I didn't know Toasty very well, and at the time they identified.
Okay.
Also in the
my brain's definitely lagging.
comment of the bra and thigh thing, so I know that.
So going back to Nezzie, I wanted to ask, was like the spamming of inappropriate content or speaking of inappropriate topics something that was very like normalized and encouraged in the server, even amongst the adults there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Also in the comment of the bra and thigh thing, so I know that someone's probably going to bring up how Ponder asked me for like a drawing, asked me my bra size on stream. The difference between those two scenarios is that I didn't know Toasty very well, and at the time they identified as cis male, and I don't have a good history with men.
Irrelevant. I'll lose my fucking mind. Okay, so let's be clear. But you did know about the posting. Why is that? Why is the Ponder thing relevant? Fucking hell.
I see. Okay. So it made you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, when it came to, so when the Madame situation was at its peak or kind of fizzling out, there was like beef you guys were having with a person named Akumu. And they were 16 at the time, and I know Miss CZ specifically sent like very sexual like memes to them in the comment section of their videos. Were you aware of their age? And did you ever like protest that more sexualized things shouldn't be sent or anything like that?
I didn't know about Xena putting sexual things in his comment section, but I did.
I'm sorry, what? Yes, you did. You were all stalking his comments. You were stalking them constantly, and not just with ZZ, but with Fuchsia Butters. The stuff that was going back and forth when you were doing your video along with Ponder. You were absolutely pushing. You were absolutely pushing this topic. What you mean? I had no idea. I was just an innocent little baby. Come on.
Did know how old he was because at one point I didn't know about Xena putting sexual things in his comment section, but I did know how old he was because at one point I was in a stream with Toby and Libby, and she made an inappropriate comment towards him, and I think I said like, "Hey, don't say that shit. They're like 16."
Also, yeah. Also, actually it's something that's in Akumu's FCK video as well as the logs themselves. But I also remember Nezzie was like, Nezzie had made mention of Akumu's age at a couple of points, saying that yeah, hey, it's like he is just a.
They posted his videos and tweets in the FCK server. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let's what are you? What are you? What are we looking at? This is Gamerzone. At Susie Doodles, same. I always thought you were a chick. I just thought you wanted to hide your voice or something. Again, I really appreciate that, but alas, I'm working on that. Just Vanilla just found out that 9 minutes worth of recording I have done was done with my default laptop mic instead of my $200 microphone setup. Deleted user, yes, full 2012. And this is at Slimmers. I'm sorry from deleted user. So they were in chats together. So they okay. And yeah, I mean, they're not on the same days. I don't. Oh, well, I suppose they're pretty close by. Doodles was active, definitely. So the idea that Doodles was just unaware that Slimmers was there. I mean, they'd have to be pretty fucking blind to never fucking notice. Who's this Slimmers person? Complete mystery. Complete mystery. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is the wrong play button. There we go.
He'll learn at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Okay.
Well, the one thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the one thing that started his age being known is because he called me a millennial when I'm 3 years older than him.
Okay, so that like put you on. Okay, this is a kid.
No, you guys all knew his age. You made constant fucking references to it. What the fuck are you talking about? I know minors were desensitized to porn and we turned a blind eye to grooming, but that Akumu kid, he's the devil. What's the fucking Better Call Saul meme? Someone needs to do a Better Call Saul meme with Nezzie. It's like not our Akumu. he wouldn't do anything bad, but he's the devil. Why is everyone trusting him? Thank you for the 5, by the way. Appreciate it.
Like, as I feel like no matter what I say, it's going to be misconstrued, so I'm going to try to do the best that I can. I really hoped that he would learn and grow, I didn't think that he would try to do this.
When you
The
say
the
this,
chicanery.
can you, like explain what you mean?
So there's a lot of evidence of him kind of following me around,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not great.
Do you think like he's yeah?
About
No, go ahead,
Lavender.
Zuzi.
Kumu kind of was stalking and harassing Nezzie for like years.
That's not true. That's not true. I completely reject this. Akumu was constantly like on and off and was getting just as much harassment and interaction from these people as he was, well, maybe not just as much, but regardless, Akumu was getting bullied by creators, in some cases 100 times his size, endlessly making videos on him, commenting on him, demonizing him. And the idea that he had like no right of reply is fucking bullshit. Yes, can Akumu occasionally be a bit too brazen? Yeah, sure he can. But that doesn't excuse the way he was treated by these people at all, in any fucking way. In fact, I would make the argument, especially as a shitposting troll myself, he's completely justified. If I found somebody, like, if people acted towards me the way they did towards Akumu, I'd do exactly the fucking same shit as Akumu did. And please, before anyone's like, well, Beckett's just sweeping for Akumu, he wouldn't do that. Let me remind you that I built this entire channel to spite 2 other creators who had annoyed me. I've been talking a lot about that recently, but I feel it's very appropriate because Akumu's career is based on the fact that he was annoyed at this group of people and built a YouTube platform off the back of that annoyance. And I can't fault him for that because I've basically done exactly the same thing. I completely understand where he's fucking coming from. Rotting brain with the 5. Akumu did grew up to call out your hypocrisy. So fucking true and based. So true and based. Counterway with the 5. Take a shot every time someone says they're disappointed Akumu didn't learn. Yeah, I bet. I don't think they're disappointed. I think they're depressed that it didn't fucking work. Kabato with the 10. Akumu was stalking us by looking through our public tweets and statements, but ignore how we did the same thing to him, and additionally falsely labeled him as a doxer. Yes, 100%. Listen, this picture of just Nezzie screaming, "I was the victim," just perfectly sums this person up. 100%.
Before this, which was
years
actually
before. Hold on, years before the Madame situation.
no, years before
because
this
of the
current
situation.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
Oh, do you
Like,
want to talk about it?
Is our friend went over
I'm gonna start a second channel called Spite and Rage. And it's gonna be me just screaming into the void about people I fucking hate. It'll be like 10-minute streams of me like schizoing out. It'll be fantastic. Banging content.
over some of his videos and showed a screenshot of all the times that he's mentioned me. And when we got into a
We're
call
gonna
in Senate
version, but
last
with
year,
Doodle
he brought it
tones.
up again. And he just has not gotten over it.
He's just not gotten over it. He's just... Why couldn't he get over the fact that we tried to silence him and bully him off the internet? Why couldn't he get over it? You fucking asshole. I wouldn't get over it either. Fuck these people. Listen, there are creators who slighted me like 3 years ago. And I'm going to be honest with you. I occasionally, look, I don't think about it when I'm off stream, but occasionally I'll see them or they'll be involved in something else. And I just think to myself, yeah, one day. Just you fucking wait. He stalked and harassed us for ignoring grooming and enabling porn being shown to kids. Honestly, you deserve far worse, to be honest. Thank you for the 5, Soltala.
I see.
I think that there's a straight up a DM that Susie has, and I could be remembering it wrong, where he basically told me he intended to take me down.
He intended to take everyone down one by one.
Okay, now, look, apparently Akumu doesn't stand by this. Apparently Akumu doesn't stand by this, and I've heard the takes of other people that, like, that's an extreme thing to say. And I want to be absolutely 100% clear. That is a bitch-made status from Akumu. You should stand by that statement. Because, do you know what? Saying, I'm gonna take you down, and then fucking doing it is just fucking based. Honestly, he just, like, he told you what he was gonna do. It's literally like Doodle Tones is literally doing the thing of, like, holding this up. It's like, is this you? It's like the most base thing ever. Yeah, he was intending to take everyone down one by one. Yeah, and he fucking did it. And he didn't need to. None of you needed to let this happen to yourselves. There were so many off ramps, so many. Akumu. The irony of Akumu is Akumu was legitimately pretty fucking reasonable with a lot of shit. He could have just been like, yeah, no, it's don't worry about it. It's fine. We can make peace. You just need to admit where you were wrong, that you were wrong about me. He had the opportunity. They had the opportunities. They just fucking squandered them because they were like, nah, we can take out Akumu. I rebuke the dawn. The dawn. Oh my god. No, listen. I think it's fucking based. Akumu's victory in this must be so bittersweet. It is bittersweet, but I think this is probably one of the, like, most satisfying, like, internet victories. It really is. Do you know what the irony is? The irony is that Akumu has the mannerisms and voice that's very, very similar to, like, Mr. Medica. Like, he gets compared to him a lot. Akumu himself isn't actually a massive Medica fan, which, in my opinion, makes it better. But imagine your Doodle Tones. Just put yourself, just for a second, I know it's going to be uncomfortable, but imagine your Doodle Tones, right? Imagine your Doodle Tones, and your earliest controversy on the internet, your, like, big drama, was against Mr. Medica. And then a fucking decade later, you get taken out by a literal Mr. Medica clone. You couldn't fucking... Listen, it's poetic. I hope Jim knows. It's fucking incredible. I wonder if Doodle Tones wakes up and goes, oh god, I'll never... Like, even while Jim's dying of cancer, there's a fucking clone of him destroying my career like a decade later. Fucking chef's kiss poetry. Poetry in motion.
That was something that he had said. I could probably find those DMs if you want them.
Okay. Oh yes, please. If you have them, definitely share.
See, this is why it's incredibly disingenuous. I'm not saying that I didn't make mistakes. I 100% did. I was being a fucking irresponsible fuckwit teenager. But this is just... None of the focus is where it should be. And I really don't like that.
Where do you think the...
I could show this to Jim. Listen, Jim's got his own stuff, and I wouldn't want to bother him with it, but I hope Jim knows. That while he's dealing with stuff, and I hope he's, feeling okay and keeping on. The fight against Doodle diapers continues in his name. We will finish what he started. DeviantArt may be a fucking wasteland, but we will still make content out of the freaks who were hanging out there years ago, okay? I think it's made all the better by the fact that I'm wearing a Medica hoodie. God, I've spent a lot of money on fucking Medica hoodies. Kill me. Right, anyway, let's go.
Focus should be in.
On the victims. It should be on the kids.
Buy a hat for your hat? True.
And now it's in...
Now it's on people like, well, it's like... The Fruitcake Leaks has been making it much about themselves and their beef with...
Oh, this is fucking great. Hold on. This bit's just fucking... Kino.
I think the focus should be in.
On the victims. It should be on the kids.
Should be on the victims.
And now it's in.
Now it's on people like, well, it's like the Fruitcake Leaks has been making it much about themselves and their beef with the slideshow commentary community. Akumu has been making this a beef with Senate and Lio, and the victims haven't even been considered once. The victims have not.
I would like to point something out that after this call, where Nezzie is sat here saying the real story needs to be about the victims. We need to stop this fighting. We need to stop going after me, Nezzie. We need to stop going after me. We need to stop going after Doodle, Toads, and Lio. We need to focus on the victims. After this call with Thumin, Nezzie would go on to block the FCK victims and call Teddy a liar publicly. Guys, it's all about the victims, except that one. Fuck that bitch. Oh, fucking hell. Listen, what has the world come to where none of the like the victim advocacy content creators can't do shit, but a literal shit poster with a channel called Confronting has done more to highlight the hypocrisy and story of the people involved in the FCK than these two retards have. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, fucking hell. Cabano with the $20. Nezzie, I made mistakes. I was just a kid. Also, Nezzie smears Akumu, who's 16. Nezzie, the focus should be on the victims. Also, Nezzie tries to tear down Akumu's story, which would have also impacted the victims. Yes, exactly. It's just...
been talked to, at least to my knowledge. They haven't, like, we haven't seen any discussion to the victims by Akumu or by Galbanom, who runs the Fruitcake Club Leaks account. Those two have been effectively making the situation about pretty much everyone else and shotgunning a bunch of spotlights where they shouldn't be. Like the people who need to be able to take the victims need to be able to take back their stories. And that is why I'm so glad that you are talking to people and that you are...
This bit's fucking incredible. The victims need to take back their stories. And that's why, Thumin. I'm so glad that you're the one to cover this. I'm glad that Thumin's making a video on this, which will exonerate ourselves. Please, Thumin, for the victims, exonerate us. Protect us, Thumin. We're the real victims.
Situation about pretty much everyone else and shotgunning a bunch of spotlights where they shouldn't be. Like the people who need to be able to take the victims need to be able to take back their stories. And that is why I'm so glad that you are talking to people and that you are trying to get those stories out and that you are trying to reclaim or help them reclaim their stories rather.
Yeah, I do want the victims to kind of tell their own stories, and specifically I want to focus on the ones that in my opinion were the most nefarious, which is Toasty Vanilla and Miss Nezzie. And the reason why I say Miss Nezzie is because they were very sexual with some of the actually minors in the chat that were 15, 16. And I think it's very weird that a 20-year-old is talking, or 23-year-old is talking to a 16-year-old sexually. So I'm gonna be focusing on that, but I will be mentioning the fact that there were a lot of other creators in the chat that even shared some inappropriate content in the chat, including Nezzie Master and Mad Lips, who did that. But I also that's why I wanted to talk to you and kind of pick your brain as to how that kind of judgment happened, so that I can...
Listen, I can see a lot of conversation in the chat about the way that Nezzie Monster and Doodle Tones treated the victims of the FCK, but what you all have to understand is that the victims weren't grateful enough. What you have to understand is that while that Nezzie Monster and Doodle Tones really wanted to get the story of the victims out, really help them reclaim the story of the FCK so they could get justice, they weren't going to be able to do that unless they did it on Nezzie Monsters and Doodle Tones' timetable and in their framework, shall we say. They didn't even say... It's like the J.D. Vance thing. Like, J.D. Vance to Zelensky. Have you victims said thank you once?
Maybe add that to the video and give an explanation as to why that kind of thing might have slipped your mind. And I feel like the biggest criticism for you and Mad Libs isn't that you put children in harm's way, because misjudgments can happen to anybody, in my opinion. This isn't something to cancel you over or to cancel Mad Libs over, because it can happen to people, right? I think what people are most, like the general public...
Doodle Tones version done. Enjoy, lol. Thank you. And Star Sprinter with the 10. You know, I would be spending this money in the bar if I wasn't working tonight. I appreciate that, and I appreciate even more that you have hit the goal. Please enjoy the sticker and my eternal admiration. Fucking God, I need to find this Doodle's picture. Give me a second. Fuck, that's funny. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Give me a sec. Who do I have free to add a Doodles picture to? Okay. Listen, let's get the Doodles picture up. Oh, I need to flip it. Okay. Does that line up well enough? A little bit up, I think. A little bit up. No, we'll put it there. That'll do for my autism. So good. Good fucking times. Good times.
Are the most like upset about is maybe the hypocrisy that happens in there, where they have seen you maybe hold someone else accountable for a similar situation recently, and then they're like, well, Nezzie did this in the FCK, so why are they lambasting someone else for a similar thing or something that maybe isn't as serious, or that Mad Libs maybe talked about drawn art or putting children in danger in art in their channel, but then they overlooked and shared inappropriate content in a chat where children were directly involved. So I think that is like the biggest criticism that people have for you two specifically. But I don't think this is... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just agreeing with you. My bad.
So basically, just long story short, I feel like that those are like the biggest criticisms that you two have, that people might also have throughout the video. But I also want to make it clear that you guys, that was your only technically like overlook or negligence that happened, is that you didn't speak out or bring more awareness to the Toasty Vanilla situation. Because, for example, when I was going through the logs, I noticed that Toasty was being extremely degenerate, very over-sexual, very predatory, and very hypersexual to everybody. They're basically sexually harassing adults and minors.
I don't believe in cancel culture, lol. While Nezzie and Doodle's messed up, they aren't even close to as bad as Toasty Vanilla and Midseason. Listen, I agree. I don't believe in cancel culture either. I want Doodles to come back with a video that explains everything. I can't fucking wait. I listen, I want Nezzie to carry on making content. Same with people like Erudite, you know. I don't want these people to go away. What the fuck am I meant to make content on? Stop leaving. Come back. Where are you going? Come back.
In there. So I'm just wondering, why didn't anybody call them out publicly on this? Why didn't, if people saw that they were like this and they distanced themselves from him, why was no videos made on him?
Yeah.
Why didn't anybody warn the public that, hey, maybe you guys should be careful about this guy, you know? Or, sorry, this girl.
I think because around that point, like, they dipped.
Yeah, I was talking about this with I was talking about this with Susie and Lio, in that I kind of realized in hindsight that I didn't know what to do, because I know that people are going to be like, don't use age as an excuse, but I was 19. And because Akumu lies about my age in his video. He says I'm 20, I'm 19. I was 20 when I left, which is when a bunch of puzzle pieces started coming together where it's like, oh, I'm an adult, which means I need to do adult thing.
I love this, where like Nezzie's talking about being an adult. It's like, I hit 20 and I was like, I'm an adult. I'm not 19 anymore. Come on, come the fuck on. Like, what are you talking about? You still act like a fucking 5-year-old. Oh no. Okay, listen. The next parts of this call, we're gonna get into some stuff that is personal to Nezzie, and it is fucking banging content. I'm excited. I want you to be excited. This cool. Good evening, Gamma, by the way. How you doing, bro? I've seen Gamma is streaming, by the way. I have no idea what Gamma's streams are like. I caught about 30 seconds of one. But Gamma's streaming. You should support. It's nice to see someone else starting up the streaming game. I'm sure he'll be fighting with Purple Pepsi or whatever the fuck like Pepsi's name now is. But like, yes, Gamma is streaming, and I want to highlight that. So yes, go watch if you're bored.
Thanks. And when it came to that, I didn't know what to do, because who would have believed me? In all honesty, I don't know if anybody would have believed me, because I didn't have screenshots of the FCK. I didn't have voice recordings. All I had was the times that I went at Toasty, but that's not enough. I don't have her DMs with other people, and then there were so many creators in there with bigger audiences, and if I said something wrong, if I did it wrong, then their audience could potentially get mad at me.
Isn't that interesting? So Nezzie is here admitting that they were afraid to say something about the Toasty situation, not because of Toasty, but because they were scared of the other creators. Now this is multi-layered. It's a nice little, shall we say, Victoria sponge cake. The fuck am I talking about? It's a Victoria no, fuck it, I'm committed. It's a Victoria sponge cake of a statement. Because on the top layer, it is Nezzie saying, well, on reflection, I realized that this was bad and didn't do anything because of those creators. On the next layer down, it's going, well, okay, well, many of those creators aren't around anymore. And is that kind of an admittance that you knew that what those other creators were doing, say like ZZ, maybe Fuchsia, were also doing weird fucking shit? And finally, and potentially most importantly, as all bottom layers of cakes are, I mean, you can't have a cake without a bottom layer, you weaponized those creators against Akumu. So you're saying that you knew that, like, it was a risk to go after, like, Toasty because their people's audiences might get annoyed at you, but you happily and willfully weaponized those audiences to go after Akumu. Are you fucking kidding? This goal's fucking amazing. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna use the cake analogy more. Maybe we'll get a cheesecake in there at some level. It's like the top layer's a bit soft and... gloopy. I don't fucking know. Kabato with a 10. You know what? If Nessie's first response was, I was 19, I didn't know what to do, and I fucked up, that would have been fine. Instead, they chose to lie, sweep for creeps, and silence the victims. If this had been like a couple of years ago, and Nezzie had come out or come to somebody else, or even when Lio had first like shown up on the scene, and Nezzie had made them aware when the FCK was talked about, and just used Lio as the fucking cudgel, then it would be understandable. But unfortunately, it's the, like, weirdly, as this has gone on longer and got further and further away from the point, it's become more and more compounded. That's the issue.
I see. So you were kind of intimidated to be quiet because of their connections.
Yeah, I don't want to say it like that because I don't like being weak.
Well, that's unfortunate because you are a fucking limp weed. Please go on.
I don't like the fact that I look back on this and I didn't do fucking anything. And I get pissed at myself. And Susie can tell you because I've been complaining to this about it for 4 years.
I've been complaining about this for 4 years. Isn't that an interesting statement? I wonder if Doodle Tones will say, well, we haven't really discussed it, you know, it's not really something that's come up. But apparently, according to Nezzie, Doodle Tones will support because Nezzie has been complaining about this for 4 years. Interesting.
Oh, not even just 4 years. Like, it's you just got angry that Akumu wouldn't stop harassing you for 4 years. It's been since this situation started that you really held the regret of not doing things sooner, and we've had plenty of conversations about that by this point.
We've had plenty of conversations about that at this point. What an interesting statement to make. Yeah, do you think you might be saying the quiet part out loud there a little bit? Yeah, no, Akumu was harassing you, and that's what you were really upset about. But why was Akumu going after you? So you've had multiple conversations about the FCK. This isn't something like, because I can hear the like defense of Nezzie and Doodles. Well, this happened years ago. How would they remember? But they have talked about it constantly by their own admission. If you're wondering why Nezzie's like memory is so crystal clear at points, this is probably why. Because it hasn't been a drama that just sort of fucking happened and they dropped. It's been an ongoing drama in their lives. And Nezzie's saying this because Nezzie says, like, whatever to try and get somebody on her side. That's what Nezzie always fucking does. But regardless, they've constantly talked about it. Endlessly.
Because I forgot about
no,
it
that was
for
kind
so
of
long. I didn't think about it.
Yeah, no, because like that was kind of the thing. Like, after we all dipped, I don't think like any of us had any of the logs or stuff. None of us had like a Discord exporter wasn't something that any of us knew about. I don't think. Maybe a couple people did, but I sure as fuck didn't. So like obviously that wasn't something that was really gonna come to my mind either.
Yeah, and I closed the DM.
Which is kind of
So sorry.
Which is something that I've been kind of kicking myself over because, man, do I really want that that conversation with Ben the Looney, because I rewatched Minty's video, and it's not good.
So regarding Minty's video, actually, I looked at some of the dates that Ben the Looney was like threatening to expose the fact that
Kai Rise of the two. Think Doodles recorded those calls? They do that. It's very early. It's very early in the Doodles ACC SCC timeline, realistically speaking. If Doodles did record those calls, I doubt we'll ever hear them. If Doodles wants to present a defense for themselves to Lio, my suggestion would be to release those calls.
Toby was in a server where a minor had their own not safe for work chat, and that is when it was around that time when Nezzie asked for that chat to be removed. Was that because Bentaluni was threatening to expose the chat that it was asked to be removed, or did that have anything to do with that? Because it was around that same time, like the dates.
I don't think so, because I don't understand that, because of the fact that the reason why Toby got mad at him is because he was posting porn of underage characters, and we all got on his ass to delete it. And then
Yeah,
he's like,
and
"Oh,
then
we have to
he
clean-"
kind of like was like reverse Uno card. He was like, "Well, you're getting
Yeah.
angry at a drawing, but you're letting a 15-year-old post porn on their own, but like drawn porn that they drew, like a minor drew in the same server." So they were kind of like calling you guys hypocrites for that. And that's when it was asked for that that channel to be removed around. I think the dates were around that time.
Because I think I
I
know that
made
this.
a threat.
I don't remember that either.
Okay. I can check the time, like the dates, and just circle back to that. But that was something
You might be
that
right.
yeah, it was something that Laka brought to my attention when I watched their stream regarding the FCK. They were going through some of the situation, because while I was involved in the Toby drama to an extent, I wasn't as involved to know all the inner details or Ventaloni's involvement in the FCK or things like that. So I had no idea that it goes as deep as the Toby drama, some of this. But yeah, that is something that they brought out and said that, okay, well, Ben was thrown out of the server because of because they were drawing inappropriate photos of children, minors, and then he kind of was like, well, you guys are angry about this, but you're letting a minor post not safe for work in the same server, and then that thing was taken down then. And
Yeah. Which Nezzie would then go on to admit in the call with Lyo was the reason that they got involved and talked to Toasty, because the Bentaluni situation made them worry about the optical implications. Isn't that interesting? Honestly, fucking, oh, it all ties together. Dude, the Toby drama is such a, like, there's so many levels of the Toby drama that, like, are potentially just nothing burgers. And yet, it all ties back so nicely. Oh, good times. Good times. Take care, Buttercat. Chill. I'd say SCC and ACC age poorly, but I could be wrong. I mean, they've definitely aged.
And a lot of the more nefarious things in the server were a little bit cleaned out.
You call my origin story a nothing burger? To the gallows with you, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I can't offend my wife. Jesus. Shit like this is why we're getting divorced.
According to Bentaloni.
I don't remember Ben threatening us.
I mean, it's yeah, I don't remember a threat either. I mean, it's possible. It's possible there's could be stuff that like implicates a lot more of us in there than we think.
That in the business is what we call foreshadowing.
I'm not gonna deny that possibility, but I don't remember anything about that.
Okay.
I do know that, like, as Nezzie said earlier, like, they were critical of Toasty's porn posting prior anyway, so, even if, you know, it was in response to Bentaluni threatening, I don't see how that would necessarily, affect anything, because at that point, like, Nezzie was already criticizing Toasty for their porn posting anyway. So, shrug.
We're gonna wind that back. We're gonna wind that back because I want you to hear that from Doodle Tones again as we really pick into it.
It was. I don't remember anything about that. I do know that, like, as Nezzie said earlier, like, they were critical of Toasty's porn posting prior anyway. So, even if you know, it was in response to Ben the Looney threatening, I don't see how that would necessarily affect anything, because at that point, like, Nezzie was already criticizing Toasty for their porn posting anyway. So, shrug.
Here's why it matters. As if I had to tell you in chat. Because it means that Nezzie never gave a fuck about the minors. Never fucking cared. It like, their criticisms were purely optical on how this would look to the outside. And they knew enough to know that it was an optical problem, which means they knew that it was wrong to do that, and they'd get criticism or flack for it. But it's only when the risk of it becoming actually public that they started to step in and try and get Toasty to stop. That's why it matters, Doodle Tones. Because it's just purely an optical thing. You can't sit there on one hand and say that it's about the story of the victims when none of you have ever cared about that. Even right off the bat. Okay, let's look at what the actual criticism here is. Doodle Tones, Nezzie Monster, and others who knew about this covered it up to protect their own reputations. They protected Toasty Vanilla and ZZ and others for their own reputations. And the criticism now is that you don't want Takumu or the victims to really talk about it because you want to continue to protect your reputations. The reason Doodle Tones right now is saying, shrug, I don't know why it's that much of an issue, is because Doodle Tones still doesn't get it. That very thing is the thing you are being fucking criticized for, retard. That's the issue. And whatever else you want to take away from this drama, Doodle Tones is somebody who doesn't fucking care. They don't care. This is drama, and that's fine. That's okay. That's cool. I'm a monster as well. I am quite happily sitting here making content of the suffering of other people. I know what I am. I'm honest with all of you as to what I fucking am. But I take umbrage. I take umbrage, chat, with the fact that Doodle Tones apparently is exactly the same, but wants to take a moral high ground about it. Fuck off! Die! Go back. Drown yourself in a pile of diapers. Fuck off! God, I hope Lyle lets me get in a call with Doodle Tones. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I guess the criticism people are saying, or some people are saying, is that why did it take for someone to threaten to call that people in the server out for the Not Safe for Work channel to be removed? Why wasn't it removed in the first place? Because it was obviously wrong for it to be there, you know. Same with the situation with the FCK currently.
I believe Elise is like, please don't do that again. Hey buddy, how you doing?
I saw people on Twitter are saying, why are people now speaking out? Why didn't they speak out before the leaks came out?
Well,
The thing is that I did speak out before the leaks came out.
Okay. Could you tell me more about that?
There was a tweet I asked Susie to find because she's better at it than I am and I'm lazy. There's a tweet where when I'm talking about because I was beginning to realize that I was older, and I was like, oh shit, I need to make it clear that I don't make content for kids. And I wanted to be more careful because like I don't want to fucking hurt anybody. People may not believe me when I say that, but I don't want to hurt anybody.
I believe you.
Stop. Thank you. But I made a tweet saying no, don't get me wrong, it was vague. But I made a tweet saying I'm turning this Twitter into 18 plus, and I have made changes to my Discord server to have like an 18 plus thing on it now, even though there's no NSFW in it. To add that because I don't want the FCK server shit to happen again. And then I remember getting a DM from an artist that was in there to see if I was okay, which Susie also has.
Okay.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, they made a vague post about the FCK. But, I mean, okay. That doesn't make it better, by the way, because it means that you're acknowledging that there are issues with the FCK, and you still tried to silence Akumu over it. If anything, that's fucking worse. Because it shows that you knew there was an issue, which you addressed. That couldn't make this sharp. These people are fucking so stupid.
Yep. When you have it, you can share it in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susie, my personal archive.
I tried. I am wondering though if I actually do have it.
Because I was confused about this, which is the other reason why I didn't talk about the FCK, because I don't take screenshots of anything. Like most of the time I exit a conversation and I don't do anything after that. The only time that I've screenshotted stuff is recently, and even that's rare.
I actually don't know if I have it. Can you tell me what the tweet might have contained?
Something I'm getting older, FCK.
Okay.
This is now 18 plus.
Right, there it is. September 30th, 2023. And we'll just...
Wait. September 30th, 2023. Now that's fucking interesting. Because that would have been just like when Akumu was asking Lyo to start looking into it, wouldn't it? So you tweeted out something vague about the FCK before the leaks came out. Because fucking Akumu was starting to make moves about having the server. I didn't catch that the first time round. It was you trying to get ahead of the story. Yes, Thumin. Yeah, I just realized. That's when Akumu, started to, that's when he was, this is why every time I'm doing this, I've had people ask me about it. They're like, oh, you keep saying this was, late 2023. Yes, it was September, October, when Akumu, it was in October that Akumu started to, try and field the server to Lyo, because he'd finally got access to it and was getting, actual logs of the fucking thing, which he'd been looking for 2 years. So she truly thought he'd be silenced before it came out. Yeah, she thought she was just going to be able to, get ahead of it. And it's interesting because I'd be very interested to know when Doodle Tones first heard that Lyo was getting a copy of it. But Akumu, amongst his many talents, subtlety is not fucking one of them. He was very, very fucking noisy about the fact this server was coming out. I didn't realize. I thought this vague post tweet was in like 2021, 2022. It's not. Oh, that's not fucking good. That's fucking damning. You're fucking cooked.
Copy that.
Was it very late? Yes. Should I have done it sooner? Yes. I didn't think about it for a long time because I'm an idiot.
No, you didn't think about it for a long time because it wasn't until Akumu was bringing the fucking thing out.
Yeah, as far as me, I don't think I spoke out against it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Rewind, Beckett? Yeah, sure.
Tweet might have.
Because I was confused about this, which is the other reason why I didn't talk about the FCK, because I don't take screenshots of anything.
Mm.
Like, most of the time I exit a conversation and I don't do anything after that. The only time that I've screenshotted stuff is recently, and even that's rare.
I actually don't know if I have it. Can you tell me what the tweet might have contained?
Something I'm getting older, FCK.
Okay.
This is now 18 plus.
Right, there it is. September 30th, 2023.
September 30th, 2023. I love this timeline.
And we'll just, copy that.
Was it very late? Yes. Should I have done it sooner? Yes. I didn't think about it for a long time because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, as far as me, I don't think I.
I'm just going to read this tweet to you guys. I'm not going to put it up on stream. You'll just have to trust me that I'm reading things and not ad-libbing. Alright, I'm finally making this a plus 18 plus minors don't interact account since I'm hitting mid to late 20s after the hell that was the FCK server in 2020. And my general humour, I feel it's best to make it clear I do not make content for kids. In my teens and early 20s, I was a lot less careful who I made jokes around and what I saw and let slide, and have done a lot to not have that repeated in the last few years. I'm a fucking adult and not a teenager anymore, plus I kind of want to make more adult stuff. Not full not safe for work, maybe in the future, but stuff that has like blood and stuff I don't fucking know. Expect stuff, I guess. Now, what would push you to make a statement like that, Nezzie? Banging timeline. Kai Rise, wait, why did Doodles have to look it up? Because Doodles is the archivist. Because Doodles, in my opinion, and I'm sure Lyle will get to the bottom of it, I have every faith in him. Because, you know, do you know what? I actually think Lyle's fairly pissed off. So, we'll see what happens. Because Doodles has to remind Nezzie what had happened. And that makes me think that Doodles had been tracking a lot of this over a significant period of time. Do I buy that Doodle Tones just forgot they were in the server, forgot what was in it? No. And secondly, what does this mean? If Doodles had seen the tweet, the hell that was the FCK server, wouldn't that be a clue that... Why would Doodles then wait to start looking into it? Why wouldn't that jog your memory, Doodle Tones? Curiouser and curiouser.
Spoke out against it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I spoke out against it. I think I might have mentioned it in live streams a couple of times that it was just it was a server that I was in that started the Toby Majestic stuff that Toasty just kind of used to gather, like...
That started the Toby Majestic stuff. which implies that Doodles has taught more about the Toby Majestic stuff. Ooh.
Content creators.
You don't survive Medica without being slippery like them. True, Pudgingly.
I think that's about it. So that could be on me. That could be a criticism against me, sure.
Okay.
So Doodles is
I just
Nezzie's
wanted to
handler?
clarify that because I know
Yeah, kind of Cantaway. Thanks for the suit.
that's something people always ask. They're always saying on Twitter. And it's the first thing that people say is, oh, now everybody has a lot to say when the leaks are out. But also, I would say a counter criticism to that is, for example, Susie didn't know the full extent of everyone's ages and how bad it really was. So
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Well, what perfect timing to bring in something else. Susie didn't know the extent of everyone's ages. Oh well, you know. Let's just have a little look. This is on a video from 5 years ago, where Doodle Tones is talking about the Madame drama. The Streisand effect is a phenomenon whereby an attempt to hide, ironic, remove or censor a piece of information has the unintended consequence of publicizing the information more widely, facilitated to the internet. Wikipedia. This is on the Madame video that Ponder and Nezzie put out. Here's Nezzie commenting. Leafy equals no chin. Madame, no skin. So the idea that Doodle Tones had no idea who Slimmers was just isn't true. They commented on the video. They knew. They fucking knew. Twisted Toy Box with the 5. Remember, Doodles had 2 accounts in the FCK. One definitely was to log everything. No way she forgot. Yes, they did have an alt that was confirmed, and that was confirmed by Doodles themselves. So that's not just speculation. That is confirmed. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
I didn't, but you know, I could have probably still talked about how just weird the server was in general. Sure, I can take my lumps on that. That's an L.
Spencer Howard with the 5. I've been lurking for 20 minutes and I still have no idea what the lore is. What's a quick DLDR? I know who Lio and Doodle Tones are, otherwise I don't know. So the quick lore breakdown for those joining us and people like Spencer Howard who know nothing about the ACC is that there was a server called the FCK server about 5 years ago, which contained multiple content creators from the FCK and multiple minors ranging from the ages of 12 to 16. There was a vast amount of pornography posted in these servers, both in the general chats and in text channels and VC channels, created specifically for the minors, one of whom was 15 and one of whom was 12 at the time. Many people requested pornography be drawn directly by these minors, and in one case, another creator named Miss Zizi also tried to meet up with a 16-year-old while they were 23 years old because they really liked the look of their thighs. The ongoing drama with Doodle Tones and Nezzie Monster was that Nezzie Monster and Doodle Tones were both members of this server and have, broadly speaking, over the last 5 years tried to silence anyone who's talked about this server while sweeping everything under the rug. Not to protect the, like fucking server owner who was trying to, you know, get into the pants of minors, but to protect other creators and their own reputations. They have been, widely lambasted for this, while they have spent their time harassing a creator named Akumu, who at the time had 100 subs, and they used their friends who had channels ranging from 11k to, I think, 100k, to make videos on him to try and bully him off the internet. When that didn't work, they accused Akumu of harassing and stalking them and had multiple of his accounts banned. This has blown up in their faces in a long time, and they are now crying for sympathy because they are whiny fucking bitches, and it's hilarious to see karma come full circle. We are at the end of a 5-year saga, and everyone involved in it, including me, is worse for knowing about it and completely fucking insane. Good evening, Spencer Howard. I hope you got your $5 worth. We all caught up? Is that good? Solid?
Yeah.
Another question I had was when the leaks came out.
Also, Lavender, I'm not picking on you. I just want to take the second to disagree. No one remove any more fucking videos. Ponder, don't take the video down. I will talk to Ponder at some point. Don't take any videos down. It makes all this fucking, like, digging through shit much harder. Stop deleting your fucking videos. If you make a bad video, leave it the fuck up so I can find it and then either laugh at you or use it as evidence in your internet trial in years to come.
Nezzie, you made a very scary response. And I say scary because I know when the leaks came out, nobody wanted for you to get hurt or anything, or any of the people getting criticized of the leaks to get hurt.
Listen, I get the sentiment of delete the video or unlist it or whatever, but like right now we're looking at the Ethan Klein drama, and I can't even see the fucking Ethan Klein slop video because the creator deleted it. What fucking good is that to me? Like, we really have to stop doing this. We're just fucking ourselves over. Please. Fuck. It's so short-sighted. Think of the archivists.
So I wanted to ask, like, what was your thought process when you made your response to everything?
Okay. I'm not.
Okay, I'm going to sweep for Ponder slightly. I'm going to sweep for Ponder partly because I haven't talked to them yet, but also because the more I see of this, the more this is my genuine position on Ponder. And I want to say that I have been very critical of Ponder at points in separate dramas. So if I thought Ponder was at fault, believe me, I would fucking tell you. And I think Ponder is at some fault here, sure. But I think Ponder's biggest fault is believing Nezzie, who was their friend. And they thought, hey, my friend is being harassed by this fucking 16-year-old schizo on the internet. They want to make a video. I want to help them. And while I disagree with Ponder, while I don't think Ponder looks into it enough, all the other hindsight comments we can have, a lot of creators will make content, streams, and videos in defense of a friend who they trust and believe can be trusted to give an honest take of the situation. Ponder did that. And while I have many issues with how Ponder acts, I think Ponder is far too moral flaggy. I think Ponder is like far too therapeutic and like plays like mum to people on the internet too much. I cannot actually fault her for doing this because it's just what a lot of creators do when one of their friends is getting shit on the internet. It's just, and I think it is reasonable to give the grace of that to Ponder. But I do think Ponder should, like, talk about the fact that Nezzie fucking lied to them. And that's something that should be addressed now. But at the time, I think Ponder's actions make perfect fucking sense, frankly. I struggle to fault them for it. And, listen, I will talk to them. I'm not going to do an accountability call or any gay shit like this. But I'll talk to them about it. And I do think that they should reflect on it, sure. Maybe not make the mistake again. But yeah, I get it. Listen, I've been in this position with people. I've had it bite me in the ass. So, you know, it'd be a bit hypocritical if I sat here and was like, fuck Ponder Sprocket for doing what, like, a lot of creators fucking do. So maybe that's a little sweepy. But that's how I feel about it, and I think it's fair to give Ponder a bit of charity. There are other things to, like, go at Ponder over. I just don't think this one's reasonable.
Proud of that at all. Most, and I know people are not going to believe me on this, but most dramas that happen is at the worst possible time.
I see.
So at that time, I was really physically sick, and a lot of personal stuff was happening, and I didn't have my therapist at the time. I was in a transition period, and it was just really fucking bad. And because of the fact that I knew who was behind it, that didn't help, because I don't know if you know this, I'm not on good terms with either Gal or Akumu because of the shit that they've done and said.
I did not know this, yeah. I knew that Akumu was considered a troll for the longest time. So that I know. But regarding Gal, I have no idea what kind of dramas they've been in.
Also, I have barely shilled this stream, and I just want to point out, I'm definitely streaming on overtime at the moment. So if you're enjoying the content, buying a membership really helps the channel, and also makes me feel good. I like when number goes up. I appreciate all the super chats and messages and comments. They all get read if you super chat. But if you can't afford any of that, remember, the biggest way you can help is just subscribing to the channel, dropping a dislike, and calling me like a mean name and a slur in the comments. I really appreciate all those, especially the dislikes. Dislikes, let me know you're actually listening to me. Tell me you hate me! Fuck. Press the buttons, kids.
Gal has... I'm not... Without going into detail, because it's not really either of our stories to tell, Gal has stalked one of our friends for years.
I am allowed to tell one story because it's mine. Me and a friend of mine had confessed to suicidal ideation, and their response was to say, "Shut up," followed by an excuse if they didn't know how to word it. It's like, "Oh, I meant shut up and stop saying that about yourself." It's like, you don't start a sentence with "shut up" when your friend wants to kill themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry that you had to go through something like that. I'm glad that you didn't hurt yourself though, and that you're here with us today.
Thumin was like, "This is really soy." And I'm like, "Listen, I get it. You're on a call with somebody who's like, yeah, it was a really difficult time, and I nearly, ended myself." And Thumin's like, "That's really sad. I'm glad you didn't do that." And I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad Nezzie didn't do anything to themselves either, otherwise I wouldn't have any fucking content to cover. Can't make content out of you if you're dead.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. A bunch of shit was happening at once. It wasn't just this, and it was just 4 years of stress compiling onto me at once. And I got triggered by these people. I got triggered by a lot of issues that I was having physically, because my physical health was not great. I was having a lot of mental issues, and I know people are like, "Oh, you're just making an excuse." I don't know how else to say it. And I want to be clear.
I wouldn't say it's an excuse.
I can't wait to report your death,
I know that I shouldn't have done it, and I look back on that and I feel fucking embarrassed, because I should have had a clearer head and I didn't. I freaked the fuck out. I decided I'm gonna wake up at 5 a.m. and I'm just gonna cause shit. And it wasn't great.
Okay.
Dinta, welcome to Coping. Much fucking appreciated, Superbased07 in the chat.
I want you to stay safe. Even if there's criticisms in the video that I post, or if somebody else is posting videos and stuff, it's just, I would say that if it really is mentally draining for you to watch those videos, try your best to find a safe person. Maybe Susie can watch them if they're in a better headspace. And if there's something you need to know, they can let you know. But I would say stay away from internet drama and things like that, as long as you're in a fragile situation. Because at the end of the day, none of this is worth taking your life over. None of this is worth hurting yourself over. Your life is precious, and you have a beautiful future ahead of you. And internet shit is...
Why are you lying, Thumin? There's no... Nezzie doesn't have a beautiful future ahead of them. Are you kidding? Come on. This is it. This is as good as it gets. Listen, I say this as a content creator on YouTube. This is the bottom of the barrel. There's no... and it's inescapable. You know, like one of those pits where like it curves inwards, so it's basically like impossible to escape. That's what fucking YouTube is. You don't get to leave. You're here forever. Nicholas Diorio with the raid. How you doing, guys? How you doing? Hope you welcome into this fucking 5-year Hellfest drama. We're watching Doodle diapers of Medica fame defend their friend who was sweeping for fucking child predation. Welcome to whatever hell this is. Don't worry, we're currently at the point where Nezzie is where a content creator named Nezzie Monster is explaining their actions by saying that I'm really sorry, I was just very, very suicidal at the time, which is what they say all the time. And there's a certain point where it's just stop caring. I'm sorry. Now, I should point out, in interests of transparency, Nezzie has informed us that their depression, OCD, and what else was it? BPD affects their memory, so they can't remember everything. But let's keep going. Hope you had a good stream, Nick.
Just internet shit, you know? And I think it definitely should not dictate your life, you know? So I just hope you stay safe.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. But like I said, it wasn't just this. It was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back of just a lot of shit that was not even just happening at the time, but also just... I don't want to sound like I'm fucking throwing myself a pity party. I've just have a lot of bad times. We'll leave it at that.
It's okay.
Nezzie is literally... Can you imagine hanging out with somebody this fucking miserable? Does this person have friends? Well, I suppose, like... I don't know what's worse, having no friends or your friends being fucking doodle diapers.
I just hope you're getting help for them.
Oh no, yeah, I finally got a fucking new therapist. It was great.
Yeah, definitely. I wish you luck. Hopefully,
Star Sprinter with a 2 in the 1960s, Susie and Nezzie would be in the asylum. We really, really need to bring back lobotomies and phrenology. I would be fascinated to know what the skull shapes of these people are.
you can get the proper help for that, so you can like at least feel good and better. I guess I don't have too many more questions regarding the FCK situation. I just wanted to pick your brains on your thought processes when you were in the server, and if you had any regrets, what would you maybe done different?
What wouldn't I have done different?
So everything.
I just wouldn't have joined this fucking server. Like, because I didn't know Toasty.
That's my fault. I'm so sorry.
I actually came up now. I just came up with 2 more questions. One of them was regarding the... One of them was...
So again, this is just like saying the quiet part out loud. Doodletones is admitting that Nezzie Monster is the reason that they ended up in this fucking server. And the only reason that they sort of like swept for child predation was their friendship. Like, fucking what? How did they think this would make them look good? Gabato with the 5. I'd rather live in complete solitude and isolation than be friends with these crazy bitches. It is preferable. Rotting Brain with the 2. Nedzie's old therapist told him he was wrong. Yeah, to be fair. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be surprised if they share a therapist. I would be fascinated to see the therapy notes for Nezzie Monster. It's probably just the therapist writing down over and over again how fucking, like, hopeless their patient is as they charge the insurance company more and more fucking money.
regarding the fact that Toasty was like gathering creators in the FCK server. And I remember during the Toby drama, there was a lot of coordination with video posting and stuff. And in hindsight, a lot of the FCK people were the ones collaborating. That made me wonder that could I have been right about the fact that people were, ganging up on certain individuals, maybe?
Well, if they were, I don't fucking know. Again, by the time that the Toby stuff had started, a bunch of people dipped, myself included.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And another question I had was regarding the criticisms towards Nezzie specifically. What would Nezzie, your response be to those that say that call you out on the hypocrisy of you criticizing someone in the SEC when you were involved in the FCK situation?
Can I actually ask for elaboration on that? Like, which situation in particular is Nezzie being considered a hypocrite for?
So it was brought to my attention that, Susie, on your channel, there's a video series where someone called Tippy and Keyblade or something like that were being criticized, and that Nezzie was in the call telling them to take accountability.
Yeah. So, do you know why that situation happened?
So the TLDR that I got was that I think Keyblade told someone to kill themselves, and then they were being criticized about that.
No.
Wait, for real?
Well, I was about to say, it's like, no, that's not exactly what happened, though that is the reason Keyblade in particular.
I've got like I know I've been told that apparently it's not that much of a drama, but I've got 3 multiple calls here. Apparently it's 6 hours of like I've got the titles of these are communication problem, running from responsibility, and the obligatory follow-up video to the Sean and Ward situation. Like, clearly this was much enough of an issue to warrant multiple calls and fighting about this thing over some, and I get it. Apparently they told somebody to kill themselves who had just gone through like an actual suicide attempt, because so would I if I was in the SEC. But like, at the same time, the question of like around silencing people or like how seriously things are taken when it's not your friend, I think it's a legitimate question to start asking people in this community. I think it's pretty fair. Did you need like a multiple hour call to like hash this out or what?
There was in trouble. Tippy was in trouble for allowing someone who was friends with a known groomer in the chat and sat on that for 2 years.
Oh, now I'm pissed. That's what people are calling me a hypocrite over?
Yeah, so what they're saying is
you can taste the moral indignation.
That you didn't say anything to the FCK server, so do you have the ground to tell someone else why they were quiet about something regarding a similar situation? Yeah.
Because I was 19 versus being 23.
Mm. Wait, the person being criticized is 23?
Well, Tippy in particular is the same age as I am. So she is 27, or she is around 27 now. She's probably still 26 if she hasn't had a birthday, but during 2023, she was 26.
This is like defending Aiden Projects because he's 19. Guys, do you not understand? I was 19. This person was 23, so obviously it was right that I criticized them, despite doing, broadly speaking, exactly the same fucking thing. That's solid 5 years.
6. Keyblade, I think, is only maybe a year or two
Freshly
younger than
19-year-old
Tippy is,
child.
so he would have been 23 or 24.
Yeah, but anyway, that is the criticism. Yes, that is going around. That people are saying that, wow, Nezzie, how is Nezzie saying anything to anyone when
Tippy is not tipster, to be clear, right? Yes, though that would be fucking hilarious. What will this mean for the tipster legacy?
this when they were quiet about the FCK?
I hate that so much.
I-
It would make more sense if it would make sense. I would understand it more if it was reversed. But that's not what fucking happened. That's not what happened.
Could
I
you
was
get
quite
just more
unprecedented.
clarify that so I can like maybe perhaps if there's like a situation in the video that I can clarify that.
Hmm. Also, I'm really sorry if I'm getting heated. I'm very
No,
emotional
it's
right now. It is
okay.
4 in the morning.
No,
I
I
did
know it's
warn
not
Thumin
worth me,
beforehand.
so it's fine.
I
Yeah,
did,
it's 4
I did
a.m.
warn Thumin beforehand.
Yeah.
But
All
yeah,
my best
no,
calls
the-
happen at 3 in the morning.
but yeah, no,
Wait, it's 3 in the morning for you?
Yeah, it's 4.
What the heck? I'm
yeah,
so sorry. I
the-
thought that it was like better timing. So, oh my goodness. If I had known it was this late for you, I would have scheduled it.
Doodle Diapers is such a fucking hypocrite trying to say that what she and Nezzie did is different from Doodle Diapers' Cloak and Dagger video. Yeah, like I said this earlier in the call, the biggest problem is this. The argument here is that they didn't silence a victim. Nezzie will say that in a second. That they didn't silence any of the victims of the FCK who were like being fucking groomed or whatever. But they did. Any conversation of this was instantly shut down. They pulled people into private calls. And it's only when this stuff was actually coming out that they tried to utilize the story of people who had been like fucking... And I want to be clear. We're talking about people from the age of 12 to 15 who were being asked to draw pornography by people ranging from 19 to I think it's like 25, 23, 24. And any conversation about this was instantly shut down as drama farming and supporting a Kumu, who they were accusing falsely of being a fucking doxer. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious, actually, that that Doodle Diapers and Nezzie did pretty much exactly the same fucking thing. If not in the body of the work, it's certainly in the spirit of the action. Guy Rise with the 5. Tippy being tipster with a voice changer would be very funny, though. It's a fun thought experiment. Listen, give him time. Give him time. He's on the up and up at the moment. We'll see how long it lasts.
Earlier.
Oh no, don't worry. I slept today. And then I have an
yeah.
appointment at 10:30, so it's fine.
Okay.
But yeah, the situation surrounding Tippy and Keyblade was because there was another user who was in the Cloud Palace, my commentary group, for years, who was apparently still friends with a known groomer by the name of V Omega, and he just did not want to distance himself from V. Again, who we knew groomed people, who actually, I think,
much like you guys didn't distance yourself from Miss Zizi, who at 23 groomed a 16-year-old, right? Like, much like the exact situation we're talking about, Tealtails. Once again, Jim should have finished the job. The fact that Metica didn't actually like, you know, like cattle guns. You know the things they used to put down cattle. Like Jim failed to really make sure that thing, that thing went off on Doodle Tones.
had a story of like attempted rape to Neko Koda as well. So, yeah, V Omega is not a good person, and so Vigil, keeping in contact with V was like was something that he was getting criticized for, and then he dipped. Afterwards, I told the people in the Cloud Palace that, or the people in the Cloud Palace who knew, because some people did talk about how they knew. One of those people being Tippy, who knew for 2 years.
Much like you guys knew for 5 years. Yes, go on. Kabato with the 5. Not gonna lie, I wish Nezzie would stop with the. But I was 19. Even when I was 19, I would have been weirded out by my friends having a Discord like the FCK. The sheer amount of fucking pornography in this Discord, like, absolutely fucking insane. And the fact, like, do you know what's weirder? Unironically, what's weirder is that this group is so fucking woke. Anyone who says anything transphobic or racist or sexist, they are called out instantly. There's been endless fucking dramas of it. And then you look at the FCK and there's fucking Hitler pornography in it. How is this not called out? How did this community have such insane double standards? I don't understand. Hey guys, listen, this tracing drama we've got going on is really serious. We need to deal with that before we can deal with the Hitler art.
That they shouldn't be in the Cloud Palace anymore, and if they're going to endanger minors like that, like knowingly and willingly, because V could have been like casing the joint, and I almost suspect that he was. Because in 2022, he had come back.
I'll give you, no, hold on. I'll give you an example. I think I can show on stream, which is, this was a, this was a post from Toasty Vanilla. This isn't pornography, so I can show it. And this is Toasty Vanilla posting in a chat with fucking Hitler and Pearl from Steven Universe. Anyone want to do this with me? Absolutely fucking incredible. And no one thought this was weird. No one thought this was weird. They were just like, nah, this is fine. You know, like, I've said this with multiple things in this fucking community. If people just embraced a certain side of themselves, some of this would be kind of based. Also, chat, well done. Listen, I'm super proud of you guys. Check you out, hitting another fucking goal. Like 7, let's go. Please enjoy this sticker animation reward. Good job, chat. Good fucking job. Beckett, I'm going to sue you for subjecting my poor eyes to this piece of shit. No worries. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Layer Bug with a 2. I do desire a sticker, Beckett. I have delivered. And Metal Man with the 2. Validate us, Ginger. I do my best. Thank you, guys. Okay, continuing on this. Hitler art notwithstanding.
So, it's not good. There's a lot of moving parts to that situation.
Yeah.
The only reason that Keyblade got in trouble was because after Tippy got kicked out of the Cloud Palace, he went into another chat and was just like, "Hey, I hope Ellie kills herself," or Ellie Momelli kills herself, and that was particularly notable because literally a week prior, Ellie had attempted her life.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I don't like that comparison in the slightest.
Plus, Keyblade already had a bit of a history of being kind of a fucking shady prick behind the scenes anyway. He was kind of on thin ice as was.
I have heard, this has nothing to do with the FCK situation, but this is like a heads up for just Susie. But I have heard that people are criticizing you specifically regarding that call with Key. And that they're saying that Key telling someone to kill themselves, while it's really bad, that them being like lambasted in the call reminds them of the Rosa call, kind of. Another criticism I heard was that it was regarding Lio Convoy. So people are saying that Lio Convoy has told some others to kill themselves.
Interesting. I mean, I discussed this with Lio earlier, right? So the consistency question. Well, Lio's told people to kill themselves. Why is it fine when he does it? Now, I accept because I haven't heard the calls yet, so I'm prepared to like sort of accept maybe Lio's right, maybe it's a different situation. I think there's definitely issues there. What I'm interested in though is Doodle Tone's response here, because I think this is pretty fucking telling.
They told Rosa in the Rosa call to kill herself. So why are people calling Key out on it but not Lio? So those are some of the things that they're kind of like throwing your way. So I'm just giving you a heads up.
No, those I can answer like just off the bat. They're both kind of already explained in my Broke the Dragon Dog video as was. When it came to Lio telling people to take themselves off the census, I mean, I wasn't 100% aware that he was that he was doing that, and I literally went to him and was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. I did that while I was
Okay, so here's the thing. You went to him, told him maybe he shouldn't do that, but regardless, he did it. It didn't require a massive call. Lio, I think part of the problem here is Lio has done things, and I'm not talking about the stuff that we'd all have issues with, right? Or like the fucking calling someone's school and reporting them as a school shooter. The looking at situations where Lio has gone very hard at certain people. Let's be fair, the fucking bullying and shit, where like it's a mixture of things. Some people are gonna have issues, some people aren't. Like, I don't give a shit if someone's bullying someone in a call. What the fuck do I care? But the problem is there is an inconsistency with your standards. And this entire fucking drama is about that inconsistency and the fact that you have tried to ruin people's lives over it. And one thing that people forget about Kumu is, are people aware that Kumu's like had the police like turn up at his house because of art commentary drama? That someone found Kumu's address and literally like tried to SWAT him over art commentary drama? I get it. Okay, I get having double standards, but the level of double standards are just fucking insane. It's nonsensical. So again, Doodle's like, well, I talked to Lio. I didn't know he was still doing that, but I did talk to him. I said maybe that would be a bad thing to do, Lio. I don't think that's sufficient, actually, given your moral standing.
making my Broke the Dragon Dog video. And the other one, as far as the Cloak and Dagger calls themselves, I've also said that it's like, I'm not too thrilled.
Kumo, not a Kumu. Listen, it's not my fault they decided to have the fucking same name. Okay? It's not my issue. Oh, fuck.
About that call in hindsight. I do kind of wish it was more productive. But this was also a lot of our first times really dealing with a situation like this.
They were a kill yourself virgin.
Especially those of us from the SCC didn't really know how to handle a situation like that. Because we're still trying to get our footing when it comes to actual conflict resolution, instead of just making 100 videos about each other. And
about it with the 5 problem is these guys won't just own up to being assholes like you and Chris the Narc. They have to be seen as ones in the right. Yeah, listen, I'm a fucking drama creator. I'm a monster. I think somebody said, well, these drama creators, they're just making money off people's suffering and stories and trauma. Yes! What do you mean? That's exactly what I'm doing. That's the point.
making that in a whole situation.
Yeah.
The SCC
To
has
be
like
honest,
a lot
though,
of...
Oh yeah, this is the thing as well. They'd refer to it as conflict resolution. Now, at least, like, again, I spoke to Lio about this because he wanted to talk after I'd looked at the Nezzie call he'd had. He wanted a quick conversation about it. And one of the things that he brought up was like, it wasn't just about conflict resolution in the sense of, well, we've resolved the conflict and now it's over kind of thing. It was about, bullying people. I'm paraphrasing him, but it was about bullying people. But if you say, hey, I'm going to have a call where I'm going to relentlessly bully someone until they fuck off, that sounds a lot worse than we're having a conflict resolution call. You know what I mean? But the truth is, you're having a call where you're just fucking bullying someone, and just admit it. Just be like, this was our first bully call, and it went a little bit far, okay? We got a little bit touchy.
I kind of like the 100 videos. I think it's
Yeah,
like,
well,
technically speaking, it's kind of like a SCC thing. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, the
This is
SEC,
an
the SEC, we've been kind of dealing with a big like cleanup era, and so we're doing a lot more conflict resolution within chats and stuff. We're trying to keep these calls as civil and as productive as we can. You can kind of see that in the Sean Sampson and Sonic Ward calls that happened even after the Cloak and Dagger stuff. And we're kind of getting our footing. We're still a little shaky here and there, but we're working on it.
Okay. I don't like that comparison between the FCK and that call, because one, the Tippy call happened after the FCK.
Every time they say Tippy call now, all I can think is fucking tipster. I blame chat. Hold on. Fuck, what are they saying?
Comparison between the FCK and that call, because one, the Tippy call happened after the FCK.
Mm-hmm.
I would understand it more if it was reversed, but that is like 4 years of knowledge and growing, and that's probably why I reacted that way, because
Okay, but that doesn't help. Okay, here's the problem with Nezzie's little fucking statement here. The idea that this happened later, therefore you've grown in knowledge, would be fine if nobody was trying to talk about the FCK in that 4-year period. But people were, and you were still silencing them. So this didn't need bringing to your attention. It's like any point in the last 4 years, you could have highlighted this, because it's been brought up over and over and over again. Nezzie's own words damn them. It's actually kind of unfucking believable. Layer bug with a 5. I would rather have an honest ass than a dishonest one. Honestly, honesty is respectable. It's likable even if the person isn't too awful. Yeah, listen, I know that I get watched by ACC people who want to be like, who can be a bit more like soft touch, which is why I just try and be open with you guys that yes, I like covering drama. You like covering drama. I think we should all be fucking honest about it. And I'm not here to tell you like how to live your lives or be a good person, because I certainly am not one.
I didn't want it repeated.
Oh.
That's what's making me mad about this. It was like, oh, you're being a hypocrite because you did this. I did that when I was 19.
Oh. It's kind of
I
unfair,
did that. Yeah, and it's like, well, you were an adult. It's like, that's not how maturity works. And not even just that. I was undiagnosed, I was unmedicated, and I didn't have a therapist. And like, I had a therapist near the cusp of the end, because that was my birthday present.
I'm gonna replay that for you. I want you to listen very carefully to what Nezzie just said.
It's kind of
I
unfair,
did that. Yeah, and it's like, well, you were an adult. It's like, that's not how maturity works. And not even just that. I was undiagnosed, I was unmedicated, and I didn't have a therapist. And like, I had a therapist near the cusp of the end, because that was my birthday present.
Yes, that's right. We've got some therapist lore. Nezzie got a therapist as a birthday present. Can you imagine how desperate their dad must have been? It's like, listen, I love you so much. I love you so much. Happy birthday. Here is a professional, like medical professional, to help you sort your fucking shit out for your birthday.
Yay, me, health.
Good birthday present.
Yeah, it's great. My dad is like, I need you to go to therapy. I'm like, cool.
Oh my
Why?
god.
You couldn't waterboard this out of me. Listen, my dad kept looking at me with these disappointed eyes, and I kept finding him crying in the bathroom until he bought me a therapist. I have never heard of a parent getting a therapist for somebody as a birthday present. That's absolutely fucking wild.
No. I was imagining it's like a golden like envelope, and it's like here it's like a
Metal Man with the 2 happy birthday picture crap.
gift card to therapy or
A
something.
Wonka ass fucking therapist.
Yeah,
card.
yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, brilliant.
But actually,
I get
it's like
chosen.
him sitting you down. You need therapy.
Star Sprinter with the 5. If Nezzie was in America, that would have been a sweet gift. Yeah, they're in Japan. Like, what does a Japanese therapist cost? What do they even do? Fuck. I mean, my understanding is Japan isn't particularly, like, trans-friendly. So I can't imagine Nezzie's having a particularly good time with that therapist. I imagine they're judging them pretty fucking heavily. How many conversations has Nezzie had about bringing dishonor to their fucking parents? Oh, fucking hell.
Therapy now. Happy birthday, by the
Yeah.
way. I'm so sorry.
It's not my birthday. That's the funny thing about that video is Kumu lies about how old I was when this was happening, when you can easily fact check that because that was at the beginning of 2020. My birthday's in June.
So wait,
Yeah,
is this like Akumu's first video, or is this his like the
No.
like the FCK video?
No, I've been doing this for a while.
Akumu's-
I don't get this point. Lost in Worlds with the 5. Sorry, not your super chat. Funny how Nezzie has the foresight to know that she was shitty at 19, but still wanted to be taken as some kind of internet authority at that age. Yeah, isn't it interesting that when it's convenient, they want to be taken super seriously, but now they're in trouble. I was just a little guy. Why won't anyone feel sorry for me? Look, it's so weird with the way Nezzie acts about their age. Well, Akumu lied, actually. I wasn't 20, I was 19. Well, fucking, it's a couple of months. They seem to believe this myth, then they mentioned this earlier in the call, they like woke up one day and they were like, fuck, I'm 20, I have to act like an adult now. It's like, that's not how any of this fucking works, okay? And secondly, you're still acting like a fucking child. Are you kidding? It's sad to see Beckett is mocking people for getting help. There is no winning with you, is there? There is no winning with me, but I will point out that whatever help Nezzie is getting, it's not fucking working. I don't know what bargain bin therapy company like their therapist comes from, but their dad should have paid more.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, Akumu says that Nezzie is 20 in the FCK video specifically, but yeah, he's been at this for years, and you would think he would have his story straight. But like, I don't know. I've been going through his videos and I've been finding a bunch of things that like he is just not being honest about.
I mean, he accused. Sorry.
I would be very careful about like talking to him and associating with him.
Now this is interesting. Through this entire call, now they get to the end. You need to be careful of Akumu, Thumin. Akumu can't be trusted. You need to be very careful about the evidence he's giving. You know, the evidence that's accurate, correct, and tells the complete story that you've all been covering up and lying about for, like, at this point, 5 fucking years. That evidence. Doodle Tones is shitting their diapers at the prospect of the SCK logs being released. And they are trying to manipulate Thumin into siding with them over Akumu in this fucking call. Now, a lot of people have been waiting for this Thumin video, and the reason they have been waiting is because they thought that it would exonerate Nezzie, and they thought it would exonerate Doodle Tones, and potentially even exonerate people like ZZ. They were fucking wrong. And they are fucking terrified of it. What a great capping point to this fucking drama. Jesus. Rotting Brain with the 5. Funny, Doodle and Nezzie talk about Akumu keeping a story straight. Yeah, neither of them can. Well, that's partly because they've been lying through their teeth for, like, 5 years, but never mind.
Getting information from him, like, he's right on a couple of things. But Akumu speaks in half-truths. I've come to learn, so
Yeah.
keep that in mind.
It doesn't help the fact that he thought the FC.
Beckett, when did Nezzie make the FCK Twitter post? Kai Rise with the 2. So the FCK Twitter post made by Nezzie was made in September of 2023, which coincides with when Akumu finally got the FCK logs. So when Akumu finally got to look at this Discord where all this porn was being posted, and they had private chats involving like these 12 to 15-year-olds, that was when Nezzie came out with their tweet condemning talking about the FCK, because they knew they were fucked.
FCK was specifically made about him.
And they're trying to rewrite history, essentially, and go, well, we talked about this. Yeah, when Akumu finally had the evidence.
Like, it was made to talk about him. And, like, it's just been a fucking...
Actually, this is interesting.
That is a couple of things.
It doesn't help the fact that he thought the FCK was specifically made about him. Like, it was made to talk about him. And, like...
Now, here's an interesting point. It wasn't made to talk about Akumu, it was made to talk about Madame. But the Madame conversation moved away from talking about Madame to talking about Akumu. Again, you're lying by omission. This is a lie. Like, we've got the fucking chats. The, like, FCK server turned to talking about planning how to bully Akumu off the internet. With fucking, like, Fuchsia Butters talking about how Akumu, then 16, was a fucking cum chalice.
It's just been a fucking mess. He never got over it. He never got over it. And
I shortly asked him about the FCK, and he told me that he felt like you and the other creators in the FCK that were older than him at the time ganged up on him and would go and share his videos in the FCK chat logs, and then go and comment on his stuff, like negative comments and stuff like that, and that he felt targeted by a lot of the bigger creators there as a minor.
And absolutely, he should have a right to speak on that part. I don't disagree on that. Having gone back through the logs myself, I was like, this is a little weird that they're beefing with a 16-year-old like this.
Yeah,
The very most that I partook in was a video that Madlibs had made where I just called...
Rise with the 5. That's funny, considering her righteous anger back in August of that year about silencing victims in the call I shared with you. Yeah, so here's the thing. Doodles has been through the logs. I think what Doodles assumed would happen, because to be clear, the logs where we've got like Doodle tones in the archived not safe for work chat of fucking pornography drawn and asked for from this 15-year-old were archived chats. The only reason that we have access to those is because somebody who was found who was still an admin and was able to provide it. But to Doodle Tones' knowledge, that probably would never have come out. So Doodle Tones here is only admitting to stuff that they think is reasonably likely to appear. But again, Doodle Tones knew about the Slimmers chat. I refuse to believe that Doodle Tones was not aware of a chat for a 15-year-old who they knew was 15 that was full of fucking pornography. It's just not, it's not believable.
I'm transphobic. Shrug.
I don't really remember I remember not tweeting.
Not just Doodles, Nezzie too. Yeah, Nezzie too, and Zizi and all the others. Thank you too, buddy.
I remember shooting in a DM because somebody had DM'd me about something in that video. That's all I remember. And then the video that Lucy did on Akumu when they're 2 years apart.
And
But I-
Nezzie, you were in a video with Ponder Sprocket regarding Akumu.
yeah, that's what started it.
Yeah. So I think that they're like really invested in this FCK thing is because they feel kind of vindicated that now that they have the logs, they've noticed and seen that, okay, the things that I thought were going on behind the scenes were actually true, but people don't want to admit it. I think his biggest thing is he just wants an apology.
Is it okay if I talk a little bit more about that comparison and the history of with Akumu?
Yes, of course.
Oh, please do.
So, I don't know if it says differently in the logs. I don't know if I'm remembering something wrong. But I didn't send people to him. I don't control what people do. And I think at one point during the call with him, I actually apologized. Like, hey, like, yes, we could have handled it differently. I told that to him. That's in a call.
Once again, yeah, but you said that, Nezzie said that to him in a call before he had the logs. You actively encouraged content creators who had, like, Akumu had like less than 100 subs when this was happening. And you were talking to content creators who had channels between, I believe it's, I will actually check because I've got the logs here of like people's channel sizes. So some of the content creators involved in this server where they were discussing Akumu were Madlibs, who had 58,000 subscribers at the time, Fuchsia Butters, who had 11k subscribers, Nezzie Monster, who had 8k subscribers, Hopeless Peaches, who had 80k subscribers, Harsh Opinions, who had 3k subscribers, Nanny, who had 187,000 subscribers, and Manga Kamen, who had 61,000 subscribers. And you were going after a 16-year-old with less than 100 subscribers. And Nezzie was absolutely fucking pushing this. Are you fucking kidding me? Cantaway with the 5. They're trying to appeal to Thumin'S socio-political beliefs by bringing up that he's transphobic and a troll. Kind of gross how they keep doing that. Yes, because they believe that Thumin is a soft touch. And while Thumin is soft on them in this video, Thumin pretty quickly starts using this to gather more. I think this cool is actually, hold on, I'm back. I exist again. I think this cool is like really, really fucking revealing. I think this cool's really fucking revealing for this shit. I think it's really helpful in tandem with the cool that Lyos had with Nezzie in the last like couple of days or week or whatever the fuck it is. All right. Gold star, guys. Gold star. Well done. I am proud of you. Good job, chat. Well fucking done. Stream dying. I'm still here. I still exist. Refresh. No, my computer had a blip. Nezzie tried to take me down. Don't leave us again. Don't go for more cigarettes. So true. Okay. Keep going.
And like you can fact check me on this. Like I said, my memory's bad. But you remember this and that. It's like that's almost like how memory works. I don't know if you know this, but I'm more likely to remember the first 150 Pokemon than my breakfast. But I don't like that comparison. I don't like the dumbing down of the Tippy situation and the dumbing down of the FCK situation, because that's what it is. It's dumbing down both these situations in order to grasp for a comparison. I don't want to be fucking compared to Tippy either. I don't want to be compared to Tippy because we did not do the same thing.
You pretty much did. In spirit, if not in full context.
Me not talking as a 19-year-old when surrounded by other content creators is not the same thing as actively telling minors to stay quiet. I was not in contact with anybody other than maybe Teddy and Wada, and I didn't tell them to not talk about it.
Once again, and I'm going to keep reiterating this till it sinks in, You actively silence these stories by refusing to allow anybody to honestly discuss them. Anytime they were brought up, it was accused of people were accused of just siding with the Kumu and told to be quiet. You actively silenced the victims. You just did. This is a situation where people wanted to talk about this for 5 years and you stopped them doing it. There is no substantive difference.
I didn't silence anybody. I talked about it publicly.
Once again, only when Akumu had the logs and was about to release them. That's not a defense. That's you sweeping for yourself. That's preemptively coming out to try and build the very defense you've attempted to use now and failed.
So it's a misrepresentation of the facts, basically.
Yeah, I know that I was an adult. I know that. But I was also 19. Is that a good thing that I did that? No, it's really shitty that I did that. And as someone who's almost 24, I would never do that shit again because it's fucking irresponsible. I don't like this like picture that people are trying to paint me as like being some type of predator.
Am I getting audio pop? Am I getting audio pop? Is my thing dying? Give me a second.
I was irresponsible.
Yeah. Or Mad Libs were predatory in the slightest. I think you were negligent.
Okay, I'm hoping that is slightly better. I'm hoping that's slightly better.
But that is the extent of, I think, you guys' involvement.
I also just don't like the fact that it's completely ignored that I did try to help at one point. Whether it was for the right or wrong reason, I did try. I tried.
Yeah, and I will definitely make that known in the video. Because I feel like, actually, I might not even need to let it be known myself. Teddy, actually, when I interviewed them, let me know already then. So it's in the interview. And also I talked with other minors, and all of them had the same sentiment, that you didn't have much like sway or much, you didn't like negatively impact them at least, and your involvement was minimal, is the consensus that I got from many different people.
I'm just really
yeah.
sorry. I keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead. It's okay.
That's just, I know I'm an asshole. I try to be better about it.
No,
But,
it's not an asshole. We have like latency issues and stuff. It happens. It's okay.
Yeah. We got one person.
Bug with the 2. Your Honor, he's neurodivergent and wasn't a minor. Yeah. Same fucking excuse. Address the titty. Address the tits emote. Jesus Christ. I'd love to hear that in a fucking call.
In the States, got someone in Europe and we got someone in Japan. It's a bit fucked. But if there's one major thing that I regret about that, is I'm so fucking sorry that I didn't do more to help and that I just kind of sat there. I'm so fucking sorry, because even though I was 19, it was my job to keep other people safe, and I didn't do that. I didn't do enough. I tried at the end, whether it was for good or bad intention, I don't know, because I don't remember, but I tried, and I'm so sorry that I didn't do more.
I'll
Fucking
definitely
desperate.
relay that
Holy shit.
in the interview, and I'm sure when the victims also see this, they will. I'm sure that you are definitely not the one that they are asking for apologies from. I know that. But you can just be.
Okay, this bit just aged really badly. Yeah, I'm sure the victims will be fine. I'm sure this will go. I'm sure this will be fine. Don't panic. I fucking love this call.
It can be a learning lesson, I think. But I feel like the reason why it's good that we talked, and it's good that you got this out there as well, is so that the viewers that watch and those that, you know, talk about this story, that they also know that it's not just these evil villains running around, you know, plotting to put children in harm's way. It was a situation that did happen, but I just hope that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I've done my best not to repeat that. That's one of the reasons why I hate that comparison, because I did try. I did try to change things. Like, I'm more careful about the jokes that I make around people. I actively, like,
Chevy Bev with the 10. That was the saddest non-apology apology ever. Yeah, Nezzie's got a real talent for it. Will you bring a Kumu on? Maybe for a little bit. Maybe for a little bit. It is getting late. It is getting late here. But we'll see how my sanity holds up.
make sure I changed my server. I changed my Twitter. I can't control who watches my YouTube, but like I tried, and I really don't like the fact this one.
But live in style with a 5, much appreciated. Fuck, have you guys just hit another goal? Your Honor, I'm only a little 19-year-old baby who didn't know better. Yep, I don't know how we can judge you. Please enjoy this sticker from me to you, chat. Much appreciated. Let's fucking go. Man, tonight's been fucking banging. You've been killing it. Absolutely fucking devastating those goals.
One of the reasons why I felt like people were kind of rubbing my nose in it like I'm a dog, because there's no acknowledgement of change. And I know that I don't expect a fucking sticker for doing the basics, but I expect...
But chat can expect a sticker for meeting the goal. Thank you, Nezzie, for that great fucking segue. It's a little late, but sure, I'll take it.
At least some type of acknowledgement, but I feel like people... And they do this with a bunch of content creators. They do this with people in general, which is in of itself a hypocrisy. But they don't expect or acknowledge change, and it creates this very negative idea that the change is pointless. And I
disagree
don't
with
like
that. Yeah, no, I disagree with that. I feel like we were all different back in 2019, 2020, and especially if they're like the people that weren't involved in the grooming, weren't involved in the more nefarious stuff, I don't think they should be deplatformed or run out the internet or harassed or anything like that. Criticized, yes, but that too is to an extent. It's like, okay, it happened. There's not really much else that can be done from that. And if that person knows that they fucked up and they've done, you know, the necessary precautions to not let it happen again, that is really all that can be asked from them. So,
well, that's what I mean, is that because you see this with a lot of people where they constantly grill this person over a mistake, even though they've actually like done it. It creates this mentality that change is pointless, because if this is all anybody's going to see me as, then I might as well not do anything. I just do what I want, and I really don't like that.
yeah, I agree.
But yeah, I just...
Bug with a 5. Chris Art was right when he said you've Pavloved us into being excited for goals. Wifey with the 5. Is anyone else already numbed out from listening to Nezzie's I don't remember excuse at this point? Yes. Listen. I personally blame Diorio. He started this your reward for a goal is another goal shit. I've just taken it to another level with animated memes. Absolutely fucking. I need to get rotting to make me more animations. We'll cycle them.
I'm so sorry. I know that the victims don't expect an apology from me, but I am really sorry. I fucking failed as the adult in that situation, and I really have tried to do better. As like I've grown as a content creator, as I've grown as a person, and as I've gotten help, proper help, and surrounded myself with better friends. I really hope that I've done better, and I want to do what's best.
And honestly, that is all you can do. So, I thank you so much for allowing me to kind of pick your brain a little bit and get your perspective on this. Thank you also, Susie, for making this interview possible. And
Thank you guys. Thank you both. I really appreciate the content right, bro, too. You say that as I'm working on 2 more. Let's go. Thank you, Ryan. Super based.
also sharing your side. And if anything, if you remember anything that you think is going to be useful or you want to add, just let me know. You can put it in this group chat and I can take it into account when I'm scripting my video.
I will ask Nezzie something just real quick.
Yeah.
Do you still have contact with Weta?
Who?
You were talking about earlier that like you had contact with like Weta.
Weta, yeah.
Yeah, do you still have contact with them?
This is all kind of irrelevant. Look, we're pretty much at the end of the call. I don't think there's literally anything else here. Hold on.
Yeah,
Very active in there.
if you want.
That you guys know.
Okey smokes.
Enjoyed.
No, I'm generally a very stressed person, and it doesn't help the time, which isn't your fault, by the way. It's the best.
I can't listen to Nezzie fucking whine anymore. Okay, listen. Well, I can't do it. I'm done. I'm done. Now. I'm gonna phone Akumu. If Akumu is around, then we will do a quick call with Akumu and we can listen to his thoughts. Okay, so I'll phone the Zoomer. Thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. This has been really fucking fun. And yeah, like and subscribe and all the good stuff. Okay, Akumu, buddy.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi. Chilling.
How you feeling? What do you think of the call?
I'm glad the call's finally out. I haven't seen all of it because I've been popping in and out. But what I have seen, it's interesting that they insist that their perspective is different because Nezzie reiterated the same exact justification for them going after me, which was, we're just trying to teach him a lesson. We're trying to get him to learn. And it's like, okay, I learned and I shared. Why is it a problem now that I'm sharing what you, like I said in the Maxim, what you eagerly wanted to show me?
Yeah.
So there was that, and then I think what's really baffling is the story that they gave Thumin in regards to the Ben stuff, the stuff with Ben. Oh, well, we had no idea that Ben was threatening the group. And then admits to Lyle, oh, yeah, I spoke with Ben. I knew, and I kind of agreed with him on the hypocrisy. And that's why, that's the main reason I did it. You know, the thing that I was saying that was the motivating factor, but that was a bad faith assumption, apparently, from what Doodle said. So
Yeah, I think you're just collecting an insane amount of wins through this entire fucking drama. It's actually quite worrying. I don't know whether I'm going to need to ego check you at some point.
Well, it's like one of those things where I'm like, I'm sitting there and it's like, I try not to think about like the amount of degrees of it because one, like it is utter insanity. And secondly, I don't want it to get to my head. I think it's just one of those things where these people are so like naturally doing similar habits despite being different people. And one of those habits tends to be either when confronted about something, making up bullshit, or it's the rules for the mentality, which has like been a persistent, annoying thing that lingers.
I find it interesting as well that none of them want to address the racism stuff because they've said some pretty fucking racist stuff about you. And like, don't get me wrong, I don't care. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, again, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to start worrying about whether someone's racist or not. I don't fucking care. But I find it very interesting from this group. It's kind of like the Hitler porn and like Nazi porn art and shit. It's like from a community that spends
yeah.
so much time moral flagging about all this shit. They're like, they seem fine doing it to people when it's, someone they don't like.
I think it's one of those things where, well, I'm the big bad guy, and so comparing me to all these like heinous things or doing anything to me that would normally cross their lines, um, it's allowed. It's okay. So, for example, they tried to misconstrue my words to call me a racist because it was a dumb argument, admittedly, but they stripped the first half of the argument to then say that I was being racist on Twitter. And it's like, okay, all right. But then you're also like saying this kind of stuff in your server. And I don't really care. Like I don't
yeah,
give two
sure.
fucks. It's a running gag in the video. But I think it's because just there's a lot of performative finger wagging, and like most of these people, I want to say it's just they see, this phobe or ist word as a means of like a gotcha. That's why they keep like someone else pointed this out. So I'm stealing whoever it was. I'm stealing your point here. But someone else pointed this out that they keep bringing up like me being transphobic or this and that to Thumin because they know that Thumin has probably more probable or similar political beliefs and social beliefs to them, and that's something that they've always done as a means of like skewering the conversation away from like the important things. So I'm not shocked by it. I find it funny because it's like, okay, you want to pretend to care about this and this and that, and like for example, it's okay to make fun of my voice that I sounded low T or that I sounded like a little bitch, but I make fun of Fuchsia's and lines cross. So it's like it's just like rules. It comes down to the same old adage with these people of it's okay when they do it, and it's okay when they do it to people they don't like. And I happen to be the community punching bag.
Yeah. Would you think of the fact that Fuchsia Butter's server has been rediscovered?
So there's two things to it. The downside is the Prawn Hub chat has not been recovered, which is a main section of the degenerate stuff. Like a lot of the most like fucked up shit that I had seen, that a lot of the people that were in the server when I was in the server had seen and dealt with. We haven't been able to recover that. That's the downside. But the upside is it is talked about in other chats before those chats were wiped. Not only that, but not to focus on me solely, I'm just saying that when the FCK but the FCK series started to roll out, Fuchsia wiped just about every mention of me from the server, which included the various people, talking about wanting me dead or shoving a crocodile up my ass while acknowledging that I was 16 and all kinds of stuff. Or for example, I talk about this, the Maxim, one person pretended to be me and, was saying that I was into all kinds of like crazy zoophile shit. Like I have it in the logs, luckily proving that it wasn't me, but they, it was a joke thing that they were mocking me with, or what else? The person that wanted to dox me in the server, all that was wiped. Because Fuchsia didn't care about that, and it knew of it, but didn't care up until server members had to say it's kind of messed up that you're not doing anything about this person who's just admitted to actively trying to dox a kid, let alone dox a person in general. Which is actually really hilarious because then Nezzie and them tried to say that I was behind what Sherman was doing, despite being aware that Sherman was doing it before I even met the guy and ever spoke with him. Because it was a perfect opportunity to associate our names. So I'm happy that it's been recovered. I'm curious about it because I have some of it and I've been able to go through some of it before the wipe, but to get all of it, you're like, there's going to be all kind of like Lyle will probably end up seeing, there's a paragraph in that server of this person like describing me as this inhuman entity that would make babies cry blood, that, Satan is fearful. Like it's like this long paragraph of just like treating me like this eldritch entity. And it's really funny, but like really weird because some of the people were not joking at all. So
well, yeah, I mean, it's over dramatic insanity, but yeah, I personally can't fucking wait to see Future Busters server. I want to see more out of ZZ.
Oh, they're talking about my headset. No, this is a temporary thing.
If there's
just a
Well, you sound clearer, but you need to go back to sounding like trash. It's a brand now, buddy.
Yeah, that's the plan.
You're tied into it. You're tied into
Good
it.
old jobber headset.
Well, look, I'll let you go. But I think it's a nice.
Oh,
So-
there is one thing I did want to say
Go on.
with the Doodles thing.
Mhm.
So Doodles is like, oh, all I said was that Akuma was transphobic. Anyone right now can go to the Wayback Machine, or specifically the Internet Archive, and you can find Madlib's video. And I'd love for you to watch the Doodle segment, because there's a part where, because on Twitter, this is when the SEC were doing one of their many dog piles, I had criticized Doodles for defending Benaluni, and I think it was either 2017 or 2018. Someone by the name of Phantom Rider done a video on, I think, or Arkham Knight Rider, something like that. Yeah, Arkham Knight Rider done a video on Benaluni, talking about Ben's habit, to put it lightly. So Doodles did a response video and acknowledged that that was what Ben had drawn, and specifically referred to it as Ben's more open ideals to pornography.
Interesting.
And I pointed this out in September of 2020. And Doodles, in the Mad Libs hit piece, proceeded to deny and proclaim they had no idea Benaluni's degeneracy, which is a flat-out lie. You can check this. Doodles actually still has the video up, by the way, where they defend Ben and acknowledge what he was drawing. So it was bullshit.
Can you
That's
do me
where
a
we had an issue.
favor? I want to listen to some of the Cloud Power stuff and over the next week or two. Can you clip some of that stuff together for me, and we'll just do that as a section? All right. Timeline it for me.
I can try, but there's I can provide a timeline of sorts, but if you're wanting me to edit something up, that's
no,
6,
just
7 hours.
no,
Like
just
the Maxim took me how long?
Oh no, I'm just looking for timestamps. We'll talk about it off stream, but it just gives me like
timestamps.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
I have a couple of timestamps, but Doodles has the comment hidden, so I'll have to send it to you.
Well, yeah, that'd be good. And I'll go through that when I go through Cloud Palace stuff. Okay, that sounds good. Right, I will leave it to it.
Did you see the?
Let's see the what? Go on.
I was gonna say, did you in the Maxim? Did you see the hero speech?
I did see the hero speech. Yes.
Yeah, it's in there. That's where it's from.
That makes sense. Oh fuck me! What a mess. Listen. We got. Are you doing an edit down of the Maxim, by the way?
I am. I've just been a little busy. I'm trying to figure out what to cut and what not to. And you given me some advice. I was waiting. I thought Gilded was going. I'll have to sort of poke him a little bit and see if he will. But I'm trying to figure out what parts I should cut, because I want to trim it down. Make it less fat. But aside from that, I might end up doing my own stream talking about the call. I don't know yet.
Yeah, I think that could be pretty good. Right, I'll leave you to it, and we will chat again soon.
But if you
probably
have
when I do
parts that you recommend I cut out.
Yeah. We'll talk about I'm happy to talk about some of that, because I think it definitely is a cut down version. I think that'll be really helpful to people. But I will probably grab you for the Cloud Palace stuff, because that should be really interesting.
Oh yeah.
Because I wanna I wanna start picking at Doodles before they come back. Prime myself.
Yeah, get ready.
Okay, cool. I'll catch you in a bit, buddy.
All right, man.
Peace. Okay, now on to a couple of final things. Let's get these two off the screen for a second, because I've also been sent me as a cat creature. Always draw with clothes. What the fuck, guys? The fuck? He floats. Okay, I like the expressions page. That's really fucking cool. You know what? I don't hate Cat Beckett. I think Cat Beckett's fine. I made this fucking community for myself. Right, okay. Also, fucking Len's rendition of Nezzie Monster is fucking amazing. It's banging. That's actually banging. That's actually banging. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Listen, I can hear my thing whirling, and it's gonna fucking crash on me. Oh, fuck. This has been pretty fucking enjoyable. Now, I need... No. I feel partially sorry for the commentary community who got raided in from Nick's stream. And I'll probably some of them who are still awake are just like, what the fuck is this? Like, what absolute fucking insanity did Nick raid us into? Every night's a treasure. Every night's a treasure. Okay? You gonna work for me? You gonna do the thing? Please do the thing. That'd be great. If you can. There we go. There we go. There's the fucking... Listen, people have been recommending their, like, favorite browsers to me. So I'm gonna have to, like... I tried Bing. Or whatever the... Edge, whatever the fuck it is. And it was better. I'm gonna try Brave next. See if that works. See if that does better for me. We'll do you. Okay. It's live. Yeah. Okay, cool. Kabato with the 5. Ikumu is an eldritch entity to those people. He doesn't abide by their non-existent standards and rules. They don't understand him. They don't understand him. That's very true. And also Kabato with the 5 already. Well, it's been a pretty nice stream as always, Beckett. It's always nice shitting on the ACC. See you, chat. See you next stream. See you next stream, Kabato. Yeah, it's been a pretty fun stream. I'm probably going to send you over to Opblock next. I'm gonna chat to you guys in chat for a little bit. See how everyone's doing. Listen, I wanted to keep this stream fairly tight. Okay? And I think I've succeeded. I'm pretty happy with this as a nice little dropping a fucking nuke stream. You definitely have one of the most mental communities in a good way. That's very true. I woke up here. Listen, waking up here must be horrifying. What the fuck is going on? Who are these freaks? Doodle Tone still exists? I fucking listen. Every time with Doodle Tones, all I can think of is that squeaky voice and fighting with Mr. Medica. Oh god. Yeah, no, it's good. So I'm working on a Leadhead video. However, the Leadhead video, I was distracted earlier by some DMs, and there is a story that has been kicking around that was essentially sold to somebody else. That person hasn't made a video on it, so I'm probably going to, if that is okay, which means I will knock back the Leadhead video, because this particular story is one that I think's really, really fucking interesting. I need to double check that I'm allowed to, the person who's got the research, they'll actually pass it on to me and I can buy it. Because it was something that they'd found, and it was a whole thing, but I've wanted to do a video on it for fucking ages, and yeah, if I can, I will be shifting pretty much all my focus to be making that video, because I think it's real fucking interesting. It will surprise a lot of you. It's not something I've talked about on stream, But if the Leadhead video isn't the next one that comes out, that is why, because I really, really want to fucking talk about this story. I cannot stress enough how fucking invested I am in it. So, yeah, let's we'll see what happens, okay? But at some point I will do a Leadhead video as well. Beavers, how you doing? I just woke up and that's what I'm thinking. Jesus Christ. I've been lurking, but GG. Hope it was entertaining. I need to now unironically go back and watch Nick's stream, because he is my sole source of news for the fucking Ethan Klein stuff. He's literally it. I'm following it through him and random Twitter posts. Unrelated, but I'm gonna need your opinion on Judas when the game drops. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. I'm fucking, yeah. I don't know. I saw Chris was covering the Ethan Klein stuff. I still probably won't do content on it myself, but I am very closely following it. I will be honest. Favorite part about streaming? I don't know. I like all of streaming. I like, do you know what my favorite part about streaming is? Probably unironically these days, the artwork that comes out of my community. I've said this before. When I started streaming years ago, when I was a little streamer on Twitch, my goals were, what were my goals? My goals were having like a semi-active chat and fan art, and not like AI fan art, but actually somebody to draw some fan art of me. So I'm kind of living the dream right now. I'm very much living my streaming goals. They're very simple goals. I'm a man of modest wants, but I am certainly living my goals. So much cancer happened. So fucking true. Okay. What Super Mario games did you play? Fuck, I'm more of a Zelda person. Basic bitch. Basic bitch. Okay. Okay. Have you finished Monster Hunter World? Yes. Yeah, I'm Monster Rank 111. I have completed every single side quest, hunted every single monster, and have 4 different builds. I have very much finished Monster Hunter Wilds. I'll probably keep doing more stuff in it, but now I'm waiting for more random stuff. You need to be drawn as a worm. Also true. Also true. I'm going to end with a song, and I'm going to send you over to Opblock, I think, because Opblock is doing things and having fun. How many hours have you got in it? Like 110, I think I'm at. Something like that. Have you built any Gundams? Yeah. I need to buy some more, actually. I'm out of kits. You got the AC audience who just wants audience, so you're going to get the art guaranteed. I know. I cornered a market. Oh, fucking hell. I just got here. I'm sorry right at the end. But I am sure the Opblock will take care of you. Until next stream, chat. Be good. Sleep well. Peace.
It might rain today, or was it yesterday? I don't know, I've been inside. It's been a while since I looked up at the sky. I'd consider if I only could decide which animal to ride. My My makeup burns, but what lies beneath is too much to reveal. Life's easier when emotions are sealed. I like to keep on wondering what is real. Man, what's your deal? And so it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. And when I put on a face, I never look upset. And when I give them a dance, they always write me a check. Tie a knot in a balloon and ask them, what do you see? It's a Rorschach test of your reality. You can hold it tight, but don't squeeze too hard. It'll pop in your hands and you'll be left with the shards. It looks funny when you stretch it, just don't pull it apart. You can sew it back together with a couple of scars. I'm disastrously distasteful, dazzling and dreamy. Call up anyone you know and they'll describe me as a genie. I'll make your dreams come true, turn impossible to plausible. Have a problem, come to me, nothing's unresolvable. I need your smile, I live for your dance. I live for your passion, I live for romance. And if unsatisfactory, give me a chance. I'll pull down the moon and tuck it in your hands. And so it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. I'm waiting here in the darkness for my bus. I am alone. The conductor asks for tickets and I groan. Open my mouth to tell a joke